Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon from every time zone on this great planet of ours, coming to you live from rugged Nova Scotia, Canada, where the weather would like to kill us, but has not killed us yet. Welcome to Toast AM on this, whatever the day this is,
Friday the 13th fall.
September something. Oh, Friday the 13th. Oh my goodness, Dave. Welcome to the show. My
Also,
co-host
I'm
Dave,
here.
who's
Hey!
also here.
Yeah. Hey, Paul, remember, whatever tries the weather's just making you stronger. That's all it's doing.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. Well, it can't be that the planet's changing, that's for sure.
Nope.
It's that probably that someone's having some kind of sex that a deity doesn't like.
I mean, like we're talking butt stuff?
Who, depending on your deity, depending which
I
deity
guess
you think
that's
this
true.
is.
You know what Hades into.
Exactly.
Hey, Paul.
So welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Cheers.
Good to see you. Here we are. Cheers.
So Dave, you'll notice up in the corner over there, on the other side, we got our little second anniversary.
Holy snap, is it? Oh my goodness.
It kind of is, and here's the thing.
Is. Yeah.
So this is the second anniversary of our good shows.
Yes. The shows that.
So a lot of Dave, you know a little bit about how TV works. You know that sometimes, especially in the olden days, sometimes the network someone would say, "Hey, I got a good idea for a show," and they're, "Hey, you know what? We don't want to commit to a whole season, but we're gonna give you a little bit of money."
Yeah.
And you make one of those, and we'll see what it looks like.
You make a pilot.
They call it make it a pilot. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And sometimes the pilot is so bad that they never do anything. It's just, well, no one should see that.
Right. Yeah.
And then sometimes they say, well, this is great. Let's just carry on. You did it perfect. That's going to be the first episode right there. We're going to carry on. Other times they take
the pilot episode for Star Trek's where Captain Pike went before
exactly. Came,
right?
They sometimes they take that pilot. They say, you know what? We think it's a good idea, but maybe this one, maybe not this one will be the first one. Maybe something else will be the first one.
Yeah.
And so that's what happened to us. Basically, yeah, we had our Captain Pike episode.
Yep. Yeah, we sure did.
And then
has that disappeared from public view yet?
No, it's still
Maybe you should get on that.
All right.
Maybe that'll be my birthday present.
Now, speaking of disappearing from public view,
if
anyone missed our previous show, remind me what we were talking about on the previous show.
Last show was the time travel Atlantis. The doctor.
That's right.
Who knew how to time travel to Atlantis via drugs.
So if you missed that episode, and or if you went to look for it, perhaps for a few days you went to look for it and said, "Hey, my favorite Toast to Toast episode isn't available to me to watch on the YouTubes."
Yeah.
And you'd be correct. So that episode went away for that episode went away for a little while. And now it is back for a little while, but we cannot promise that it is back long term.
No.
The fine folks
to be able to promise it's going to be back forever, but we cannot in good conscience promise that.
Correct. So the fine folks over at Art Bell Industries,
Coast to Coast AM,
decided that perhaps that episode, despite the fact that it contained some of the least Art Bell content, I think, of all of our episodes,
very little,
had too much.
Yeah.
So they said, you know what, we don't appreciate that, and they told the folks at YouTube, and the folks at YouTube said, okay, we're here to make everybody happy. And I said, well, hold on a minute, some people like our show.
Yeah.
And
AZ Cat, for example.
That's right. And so it is temporarily restored, but that it is currently being evaluated, as they say.
Yes.
So if that is an episode that you would like to be able to watch, maybe do that in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, maybe get on that sooner rather than later.
That's right.
And you know, it's just maybe if you want to like download and record our entire archive of shows, now is probably the time to do that. Just
so we don't know if this is a one-time complaint or if this is going to be a regular complaint.
Mm-hmm.
So this is our weather balloon, our test. This is the guinea pig. This is the
our
canary in the coal mine
right here, right? Yeah. Great minds.
Hopefully on our second anniversary show, this is potentially one of more than one.
People want to see the shirt.
Oh, you got a fancy shirt.
I got a fancy shirt. Ooh. Someone in chat will know what it is.
Sure, you've got a shirt, but I got something else.
You got a fancy shirt. At least I hope you do, because if that's your skin, then you should see a doctor.
That's right. All right, so that's that. We have so a little bit of legal trouble over here at the show.
Trouble's maybe too strong a word right now.
Trouble's too strong a word, but
concern.
Anyway,
we have a legal concern currently.
We have a concern.
This is which one is it? Between like the tornado warning and the tornado watch, I can never remember what's the
the watch is the watch is the lowest. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, the warning is the oh no, you better get in the basement.
Right. Yeah. Also, I see now here we have some little bit of business. We had a few.
We did have some super chats. We should do things properly.
And you know what? Are they gone? Hold on, let me see if it's waited too long for the. They may be actually gone. Dagnabbit. Yeah, I can read them out too, but I can't put them up on screen. But so we'll read this first one while it's still in the queue.
Mm-hmm.
No, says Thomas Pickert. You guys need to think with your third eye. This is right. This is the descendants of Atlantis censoring the truth. That may well be correct.
You know what, Thomas? I've been shockingly naive. I think you might be something there.
Exactly, because we've done all these episodes with no problem, and suddenly the Atlantis time travel.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we also have some other super chats.
Yes. Before the show even started, our fantastic fans and audience and friends were throwing super chats at us. Starting way back, Paul, Brain Cramp, longtime friend of the show, super chatted $20 and said, "Gonna miss this tonight. I'm so sad. Have a great show. Not half as sad as we are, Brain Cramp."
$20, give us more Dave.
Money. Yeah, that's pretty good.
So I feel like that should be our starting toast. To Brain
That's our starting
Cramp,
toast. There we go.
Who can't be here.
Yep.
I have my one tequila glass.
Here's the Brain Cramp.
To Brain Cramp.
To friends absent wherever they are. I'm drinking tonight some Jura Scotch, and it is absolutely delicious. I love it. I'm gonna have to get more of that.
I have had, you and I have had weeks that we didn't love.
Mm-hmm.
And so I brought out my Legendario rum.
Ooh my. There you go.
Yeah. So top shelf, literally top shelf is where I keep it.
There you go. But moving right along, then we had a $2 super chat from Scuzzbopper, Paul, who says ditto. So I assume also means Scuzzbopper is also not going to be able to actually watch the show.
I feel a little bit bad now that we didn't include a Scuzzbopper in the toast. But it was a $2 super chat, so a tenth of a toast really is what.
I'm gonna have a toast to you, Scuzzbopper, because I'm not a elitist like some people who can say who.
We got to pay lawyers here, Dave. That's apparently a thing we got to do now.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
By the way, also, cheers to everyone over at Toast to Toast AM watching this on Saturday.
Yes, here's to you, George Norrie. You've run one of the most popular radio shows of all time into the ground. Congratulations.
Well done.
Well done.
And we have another super chat from Rosina.
Well done. Yes.
Rosina, T-Rex arms are T-Rex arms are chicken legs. Keller writes, "Cheers to parasocial relationships." Indeed.
Indeed. Here we are. Yep.
Well, sometimes parasocial relationships become, offline relationships, so that's fun.
Yeah. There you go.
That's right.
No further comment.
All right. So, speaking of legal bills, how we doing on a sponsor?
Well, I had to bring out the big guns, and you've alluded to, I wasn't going to get into it, but I have been avoiding this sponsor for some time, Paul, but I figured this was if there was ever a show, this is the one, because, we got to build up a war chest.
Never know.
There's deep pockets here. So Paul, as always, I still am incredibly excited to talk about today's sponsor. And you know what, Paul, I have to be honest right now. I am familiar, or have been familiar, with this sponsor most of my life, from childhood through adulthood. The work that this sponsor's been doing for decades. And I have to admit, I never really took the time to learn much about them. And do you know why I've avoided them, Paul, and never looked into the many benefits they can provide? The reason that I have spurned this sponsor my entire life, much less, avoided publicly endorsing them. And I'm ashamed to admit this, Paul, but I feel this is something that you'll be able to sympathize with. The truth of the matter is that I was indoctrinated. From an early age, I was taught that certain things are right and certain things are wrong. And I have just lived most of my life accepting those values as, pardon the pun, gospel truth. It never even occurred to me to question the beliefs and if what was instilled with me as a child was correct. I just accepted them and moved on, as so many of us sadly do. Fortunately, a chance meeting at a YouTube Sponsors Association gala led to a really eye-opening conversation over dinner. And I came to realize just how much this sponsor has to offer each and every one of us in this increasingly digital age. Paul, please allow me to take a moment and tell you about the many, many advantages offered by the sponsor of tonight's stream, plagiarism. That's right, Paul, plagiarism. The eternal boogeyman that has been unfairly hounded and punished by academics and employers throughout the annals of history. And for what, Paul? For making life easier? For cutting down on wasted effort or the needless reinvention of the wheel? It's pure poppycock. It's spite fueled by envy, nothing more. And I know what you're saying. You've been taught all your life plagiarism's bad. Don't plagiarize. Avoid it. People who plagiarize should be punished or expelled or their work discredited. I want to open, just have a conversation. That's all we're trying to do here, Paul. I'm just going to have a conversation, present some facts, and let people make their own conclusions. Let me explain how plagiarism works, and maybe you can see how you've been deceived about some of the so-called problems it can bring about. In essence, plagiarism allows you to create almost any original thing in a fraction of the time traditional methods would take. It could be a video, a song, a novel, a poem, a painting or sculpture, essentially any project you set your mind to. And plagiarism, Paul, isn't just limited to works of art or creative endeavors. It's endlessly useful in almost any small to medium business setting. It's damn near indispensable in corporate settings or professional academia. Does it sound too good to be true? It's not. Let me break it down for you here, Paul. So step one, let me break it down for you. We got a simple 3-step process that came up. So step one, decide you want to have something you want to create. And we'll use you as an example here, Paul. So in your case, let's say you want to create a video for your YouTube channel, something you seem to do often for some reason. Well, Paul, you know better than anybody that creating a really interesting and engaging video that's going to generate interest and views is really hard. It takes a lot of work, and there's absolutely no guarantee that you will get the results you hope for or expect. You can pour your heart and soul into something, you throw it out in the world, and you hope for the best. That brings us to step 2. Instead of doing all of that backbreaking emotional and mental labor and sometimes physical labor of creating this thing yourself, what you do, Paul, is you find somebody else who's already made the thing you want to make or something very, very similar, and you just copy that. You just copy that and do what they did. You've now created the video, in your case, that you want to create in maybe a tenth of the time it would have taken you otherwise. And that brings us right to step 3, profit. So you can see, Paul, amazing plagiarism is. Wonderful, fantastic, easy to use, cuts through all the BS that we have to hassle, the meetings, the research. No. Just take somebody else's work and use it for yourself. You're done. And Paul, that's not all. As wonderful as that is, the fantastic, friendly people at Plagiarism and the AIs that serve them have authorized me to make this incredible offer on their behalf. Watchers of this stream can use the promo code Toast to Toast, that's TOST, the number 2, TOST, the next time they're plagiarizing someone else's work to receive absolutely free a completely authentic, one-of-a-kind print by famous street artist and political activist Banksy. Definitely real and totally original. Wow. I literally can't even begin to imagine the value of this offer, Paul. It's incredible. So don't walk, run to your nearest copy of Wikipedia today and copy everything you need for that 3-page essay on the French Revolution. You'll be glad that you did with plagiarism.
Cheers to plagiarism.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I feel like I've heard that before somewhere.
I mean, that doesn't sound right. I think probably not.
Second of all, I'm surprised it hasn't come up. Maybe they've been hounding you all along. Plagiarism is famously active on YouTube.
That's what I say. They have been hounding me for a while.
They're like
the
better health. They're like the magic spoon. They're whatever.
Yes.
Whatever.
The Raid Shadow Legends.
The Raid Shadow Legends. They are darn near ubiquitous in the history of the YouTubes.
Yep.
Well done.
So I figured it's about time for us to start getting some of that plagiarism money.
Excellent. Well, no one copy that idea.
No. It's not cool when it happens to me.
That's right. Right. We had a super chat. Scott Pierce. Plagiarism. I was hoping for recreational drugs and loose women sponsorship.
I mean, those are fun, but they don't really pay.
Those are more cost centers. Yeah.
That's kind of it. Yeah.
You use the plagiarism to pay for your hobbies. That's how that goes.
And they don't have any problem generating customers. They don't need to pay for sponsorships. Yeah.
You don't see any ads for recreational drugs.
Yeah.
Cheers. All right. I know you have a. Well, first of all, I put a link for the bingo.
Yeah, we should put it in there again, just in case anybody. Oh, it's up there. I see. We're playing bingo tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Playing bingo tonight. Dave and I have our bingo cards.
Yep.
I get to check off have a drink because I've now had a drink.
We've had drinks. Let's check those off.
I don't think. We haven't started anything yet, so
no.
So I guess that's it. But these are the cards for Dave and I. See if you can. It's all for fun. but it helps to pass the time with the show and make it exciting.
Look,
This is the sports gambling of our show.
Paul and I can't be entertaining all the time, and it's unfair for you to expect us. Let's be honest.
Let's be honest.
So we provide games for you to entertain yourselves
right.
when we're not at our best.
So we have that going on. So if you would like to participate, up to 28 more people can participate in the bingo. But don't copy each other's cards, or do.
We actually tonight encourage it.
That's right. The
other thing is you should probably screen grab this entire show and put it on your YouTube channel with you just going like
it's right. Nodding.
And then at the end, 30 seconds you saying, these guys really, wow, they really nailed it. There you go, original content. I'm on the YouTube.
Now, to be just, for the fine folks over at the Coast to Coast show who are watching the show tonight, apparently, we'll see. What we do here, Dave, is we do commentaries.
Yes.
This is the fair use because we are providing insight and adding extra. We are transformative, as they say.
I would certainly say so.
And we definitely do not create a substitute for listening to the actual show.
Just one of the ways we're transformative is that Coast to Coast AM, as hosted by Art Bell, was entertaining and popular. And I don't think you could argue that we've changed it to something completely different from that. Professionally done. It's another thing I would use.
I do feel like our graphics are better than Art's.
Well, that's true. That's true. He did have a webcam he would show, but it was like it would be like one frame every couple of minutes. Yeah.
Let me see if I got I don't. I have a thing ready for. Well, I guess I can show it now. This little bit of it. This was the circa the time of the show. This was the website.
The website.
Enthralling, really.
But you know what? I will say for like a mid-90s website or late 90s website, that's good because it doesn't have like flame graphics or a stupid gif of a dancing baby or some dumb thing slowing down my
They had the home. This is on. So I was actually looking up, Dave. You can see on the screen there. It was October 30th of 1998. Now you know what happens typically on late October shows on Art Bell.
Yes. We will hopefully be doing one ourselves again here in
That's
a
right.
month
They had famously had Ghost to Ghost
AM. Yep.
But in 1998, Dave, something so monumentous happened. Something so earth-shaking, universe-shaking, galaxy-shaking.
Yes.
That Ghost to Ghost had to be preempted.
Yes. Because of the magnitude of the news that is going to be unveiled. Yes.
So we are heading into potentially a new saga. It is called the EQ Pegasus.
Yep.
EQ Pegasus saga.
Yep.
And I think we have now exhausted what I know.
This was a thing beyond just Coast to Coast. It kind of got actual scientists and someone involved for a very brief blip of time.
There is a Wikipedia page for this somewhere. Yeah. I did see it earlier, but I wanted to go in relatively fresh. So
to hear these exciting discoveries as they're being reported here.
Indeed. Yeah. So we will discover along with us part 1. And actually, and unlike, I guess I do know more. Unlike the Mel's Hole saga, say, which took place over years.
Yes.
This happened. There was like 10-ish episodes of this that all happened within a few months of each other because things were hot
feel
and
like it was
heavy.
like weeks of each other.
Yeah,
Like
within a few weeks,
quick.
it was just
Yeah.
bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden,
Yeah.
shrapnel flying. Governments were involved. A whole big thing. So
Yeah.
all right. Are we ready to start? I know you had a personal story you wanted to share. I feel like we should save
Well,
that
I
for
feel like
later.
out of respect for Shannon, let's just get this. We're already a half
Yeah,
hour
well,
in. Let's get the show going.
we'll save that for later.
Yeah.
Let's get into where we will now be shut down.
Spoilers, it involves my jaw. All right, leave that for later.
Here's a night when we take ghost stories from all of you. However, what I am about to impart to you is so urgent that it requires that I take a little time out and do so. It may even require repeating in the next hour. And I want to be cautious here because we're dealing with a very big issue. You may recall the other day, we got news of what purported to be a SETI hit. That's the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, a system in the Pegasus system, EQ Pegasi. We actually had screenshots of this signal that was being received by somebody who claims he's going to hold a news conference next week on Tuesday, a signal that should not be there.
So I went, Dave, and I went and looked for these.
Did you find the screenshot of this?
I found them here. Oh wait, here they are.
Okay.
Here they are. No, this is all I got. There's
okay.
This is the Wayback Machine version of the site from that day.
Okay, yeah.
And here it is. Has SETI gotten another hit? And left is the screenshot for the SETI style radio scanning, and it's like nothing. There's nothing. It's not here. So no. So if anyone is a sleuth, in the in the side chat and able to come up with the screenshots, let me know.
I have it here.
Oh, Dave has it. Well, you can message it to me.
Okay.
And meanwhile we'll hit play.
I picked up the phone and I did what I should do. I called Seth Shozak. Seth is in the SETI program. He doesn't have a dish that he can look at right now. He said he thought it might be a hoax. Unfortunately, Seth didn't have access to a dish and couldn't check it out immediately, or he would have been there. He said it right then and there. I'd be there checking it out. But if you listen to Seth, as I pinned him down a little bit, he became a little bit circumspect about the whole thing. It did acknowledge that you never know, which I thought was interesting. I received the following. And again, I reference...
Yes, Mr. Murky Pants?
Yeah, it's just the old... Well, it's the one... I'm pretty sure SETI's in... I don't have it on my bingo card, but I'm pretty sure it's in there. So somebody's...
Oh, yeah, someone's got SETI for sure. I would got it.
The old... I've had this in my particular field. You might have too if you're on a call or something and somebody's like, oh, I thought this, and it's like, I haven't heard of this, anything about it, so I don't want to comment one way or the other. Just like, well, I guess that's possible, but because you want to say, like, I'm pretty sure if this was true, I'd have heard about it, but I haven't heard about it.
Yeah.
But I don't want to say I'm like, no, that's impossible, and then all of a sudden, oh shit, nope, turns out it's real, and now I look like an idiot. Yeah. We got
this is what you sent me.
Yes. So this is apparently the SETI, whatever the image. I'm not a radio telescope operator or expert, so this means nothing to me. But that's
right. I don't know what we're looking at. I got nothing. I see two cursors on the screen, which makes me suspicious of what's happening there.
Yeah. I also sent you a link to the site it came from where they describe.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I will check that out further.
But I started reading and I'm already like, nah, I'm bored of this. We're moving on. Yeah.
Oh, we have a super chat there, Dave.
We do. Rosina. Speaking of ghosts, I'm burping up ranch dressing. Well, the ranch that we ate now just ghosts in the room. In the words of Spirit of the West.
All right.
you, ladies and gentlemen, to my website. This is a separate confirmation of the signal that was said to be a hoax. Maybe it's not a hoax. Hello, Mr. Bell. I was listening to your October 28th show via the World Wide Web, as I occasionally do. I heard the report.
You don't hear that phrase very often anymore. The World Wide Web phrase.
World Wide Web. Yes.
That you did with a fellow from SETI about signals possibly received from the star EQ Pegasus. That's P-E-G-A-S-I. I heard your appeal to other radio amateurs to try and verify the alleged signals. Being that I was equipped to do so, I went to work straight away on this mystery. Now, I normally work stations in the 23 centimeter band around 1296 megahertz. That's very close, by the way, and 1296 is indeed an amateur frequency. We use it for all kinds of things. I have an ICOM 8500 and a very large dish, 4.5 meters, or about half the size as the one used by that engineer. This engineer, folks, who claims to be holding a news conference on Tuesday. I was almost fully equipped to follow up on this potentially earth-shaking discovery. I set the dish to that ascension and declination and set my radio to scan between 1445 and 1455 megahertz. There was noise, but as soon as EQ Pegasi rose at about 12:30 UTC, that's Universal Time, it wasn't long before my computer locked the radio on 1453.8273 due to a carrier pictured.
This is 1998.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember computers weren't controlling? I mean, were computers controlling what signal you're on?
I feel like they were probably, you could analyze.
I guess maybe
I mean,
SETI. Maybe if you
you and I aren't ham radio people at all.
No, but like I just don't remember that being through any kind of computer interface in 98, but hey,
I suspect they were using software and things that
probably better than
entirely out of our
right. This wasn't.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I imagine it would be like, so would to us now would be feel like more basic pattern recognition, right? Like it's just, this sounds like white noise, but a computer can be like, no, there is a repeating pattern in the static of this. I assume. I don't know.
Right. So I'm erroneously thinking about more like the old school radio dial on your car.
We're luck. Ham radio crash course is in the chat.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully all of this makes sense to you.
Ham all right. Well, I'm glad we said our stupid things before he got here.
Yeah. Yeah. SETI at home existed. Yeah.
Red dots and began logging the Doppler shifting signal that you can see in the enclosed screenshot. Again, the exact frequency was 1453.8273 with a significant drift. If this drift is due to a satellite, it really has some kind of unstable oscillator, which just so happens to mimic the Earth's rotation and rotation of some other unknown body. Some differences between my detection and the ones posted on your site. The signal is much weaker than was talked about between you and Seth, which may indicate it being, in fact, extraterrestrial rather than earthbound interference. I tuned my dish 10 degrees away 5 times after the detection you see in the GIF. Each time the signal went away. Each time I brought it back to the coordinates of EQ Pegasi, it reappeared. I also plotted.
Was it a GIF? Was it an animated GIF that should have been?
I mean, not the one that I was looking at. It was just an image. So maybe I guess I'm looking at the wrong.
Well, that's all right.
Some 2,000 artificial satellite space probes against the beam width of my dish, and none had the right frequency or the right orbital characteristics to account for the Doppler shift shown in the picture. Yes, we have that and this text on my website. I had first thought all of this a hoax, but I decided to see for myself. Now that I've verified this signal, I'm pretty confident that contact has indeed been made. I will continue to track this object, whatever it is, and log as much data as possible. 73's KF Benton, his name. His call letters GU0NHD at Castle Guernsey in the UK, near Normandy. I have additional messages tonight indicating, it may or may not be true, I have no way of knowing, that Harvard has apparently focused its array on the Pegasus system. My sense is there is something.
Does Harvard have an array of?
I mean, they probably do.
Interesting. The town of Harvard, or like the actual university?
I assume the university would have radio telescopes or of some kind.
I suppose so. It's not. That's not. If any university does, you know.
Yeah, like if like MIT, like if you could just
MIT,
have it
I would have thought for sure.
Yeah.
Center for Astrophysics at Harvard and Smithsonian.
Something going on. There's something going on. I believe there to be something going on. From New Mexico, here is Richard C. Hoagland. Richard C. Hoagland, one-time advisor to NASA.
Remind the audience if they don't know who Richard C. Hoagland is.
Richard C. Hoagland, he's a frequent guest on Art Bell's show. I find him annoying. He believes in that there are structures. We've had shows on about structures on Mars and the Moon, you know, where you look at the pictures and be like, well, you can clearly see this is an artificial, this is a constructed thing, and you can see these geometric shapes and whatnot, and there's clearly evidence of advanced civilizations on Mars and on the Moon, and here you go. That's his big thing he's known for. But he's, you know, he was kind of Art's go-to. We need to talk about something, aliens are out in space. It's like, well, get Richard Hoagland on as like the talking head to talk about it, you know, because he was good at going on at length about things that he actually knew nothing about.
Just like us. Hoagland was not the primary guest for tonight's show, though, right? Like, he's here to debunk.
No. Or offer commentary, or I don't know. I honestly don't know if he like debunked or if he was all for it, but it was like he's just the local expert, you know, like television news or CNN or whatever.
Right. No, I was just wondering. I was more wondering, are we going to get a fight here? Is there going to be a fight between two different conspiracies going on?
Could be. That could definitely happen.
All right.
Investigator into the Cydonia region of Mars and the Moon, and so much more. One-time advisor to Walter Cronkite on television for the launch of John Glenn back into space. Richard, welcome to the program. Been a while, huh?
Good evening, Art. It certainly has, and welcome back.
Thank you. So you heard what I just read.
Yes.
We've got these independent signals along with independent screenshots up on my website right now.
Yeah, I am on the web as we speak.
What the hell's going on?
I don't want to get out ahead of ourselves here, but I think the last couple of nights could be historic. This is looking better.
Doesn't sound like he's here to debunk it, Paul.
No. All right. He's here. He's here.
He's here. He's all on board.
He's here to say yes and.
Yes and. Yep.
I have on my card, I have structures on Mars.
So you've got, well, I mean, I brought up structures on Mars, and Art's mentioned it now too. So I mean, there's no way it can't be.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I just got that one. So there you go.
And I mean, we all know the most famous structure on Mars. I mean, say it with me, Paul. It's the Ark of the Covenant. So
no, that's not a structure. That's not a thing.
That is a structure, and it's on Mars.
Not the Ark of the Covenant. No. Well, it's a case.
Wow.
It's like a briefcase.
We're not even 1 hour into the show, and already you're beginning this bullshit cheat.
That's right.
For people who are new to the show, Paul is jealous of my win streak in bingo, and will come to any length to deny me checking off spaces. It was a funny bit at the start, and now it's just getting sad.
I'm liking my card tonight.
I don't like mine.
Yeah.
Pretty sure the Knights Templar aren't coming up.
I'm not gonna say why, but I'm liking my card. All right.
Artificial Moon has a real shot, and you know what? He talked about ghosts. I'm ticking off ghosts. I'm doing it for real because I think.
Because the ghost. He absolutely said ghost. This is Ghost to Ghost AM.
Yeah,
you totally got that.
Yeah, we got ghosts.
So we're tied. We're tied right now. Same spots and everything.
Same spots and everything. Yeah.
Let me tell you why. The engineer in question now has an identity. His name is Paul Dore, D-O-R-E. He is a well-known engineer with the British military-industrial complex.
This is the first engineer, the one that people declared his information was a hoax.
So-called Mr. Anonymous.
We now know who that is, and he is again who, please?
Little clicky.
You hear that? We're getting the audio clickety.
I'll be right back on that one.
The Ark of the Covenant is on Earth, and Master Chief needs to destroy it. Yes. I mean, I've got a couple good ones here. Revelation unique to the guest that could come up. Stating wild conjecture is established fact.
Art being folksy is on yours.
Art using folksy. Art has a fact. Those are both on my card.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah. If we get deep enough to get to the calls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he is again who, please?
His name is Paul Dore.
You made it worse.
I made it worse.
Oh my. See, this is another big difference between our show and actual Coast to Coast AM.
Well, if we survive this week, I'll need to look into this.
His information.
Anyone who's got an idea for what our next show could be when Coast to Coast sues us into the ground, feel free to throw them in.
That's actually not even that funny. If you got good ideas for
if you got good ideas for our next iteration,
jump straight into Bimon Sci-Fi Con or whatever it is. We're going to see how it goes.
Yeah.
So-called Mr. Anonymous.
We now know who that is, and he is again who, please?
His name is Paul Dore, D-O-R-E. If you go to your website, to the links.
What's that?
This isn't that who plays Worf?
Paul Dorn. It's Michael Dorn.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, my mistake.
Keith is established.
You're thinking of Dorf, the funny golfer.
Yeah, the golf instructor made famous by Tim Conway.
That's right. The hilariously short person who played sports. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you just click on them, you'll find your way to a very lengthy bio, which includes his education, his military experience, his radar experience, electronic experience, the companies he's worked for. This guy is not a lightweight. He is a heavyweight. He's working with 2 radio astronomers from the.
I don't see what his weight has to do with anything, Richard Hoagland.
This was a different time. You could just be shaming people on the radio. In fact, even I know we're here on the radio, but that guy's fat, so you shouldn't listen to what he has to say.
I don't understand how he got all those dates when I'm right here. A trim 135. Bullshit.
Observatory in Effelsberg, Germany, which is a 300.
That SolarFlex commercial is nothing but lies.
What was the other thing? I got 3 Thigh Masters in my room. What do you know?
You are a charlatan and a harpy, Suzanne Summers. I demand a refund.
I have lunch with Richard Simmons every week.
Another shitty 90s exercise equipment.
I jazzercise. I don't know what's happening here. Jane Fonda, that bitch.
Screw her.
Steerable radio telescope. It's the biggest radio telescope in Europe. He was able to convince 2 astronomers there who.
I've ordered 3 Bowflexes. They're in my garage. Trying to think of all my 90s exercise things.
There was the Bowflex, Solflex. There was the Thigh Master. I'm trying to think of other. Well, that might be it.
First remain unknown.
Nordic Track
to confirm his observations. Now their dish is 10 times bigger than the one he was using, which was 30 feet. So the signal will be 100 times greater. And remember earlier in the evening when you called me, we had an interesting little discussion about what this might be. There was a report on the Business Wire from an astronomer at Boston University claiming it was a hoax. There is now on this website some rather interesting posts from the engineer.
Paul, I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what you've cut together or have in store for us tonight, because I sent you a collection of like, here's like 5 episodes dealing with this.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert for everybody out there. Those of you who may have been alive in the late 90s you may have wondered why you haven't heard about this contact with an alien civilization, why this isn't in all the history books. I don't want to go into details, but I think you might have a feeling where this is ultimately heading.
That's right. We were all flashed with the Men in Black flash.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened.
We've all been neuralized. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
We have a super chat from Rosina.
Oh my goodness, Rosina. Just super chatting away.
R.I.P. Richard Simmons.
Yeah.
Indeed.
He just wanted to help people. Just sweating to the oldies. Just have a good workout. Listen to some oldies. I will say this about Richard Simmons, for all the grief he gets and whatever, and some of it very much deservedly so. When you watch his videos, he did not have what we would call fitness influencers or like professional. The people in his videos and things, they were not in shape.
No, they were people who needed the video.
This is like this, but it was good because you're like, no, okay, so like this is someone like me. They're doing it. I can do this. I don't, that's always the thing. You see somebody who's like got chiseled 12-pack abs and is like clearly works out 32 hours a week.
Right. Yeah.
You're not doing this 10-minute step video. What the fuck do you think you're
This
fooling?
is not what got you here. Yeah. This is.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Funny.
Show me somebody who's 240 pounds and breaks into a sweat when they're eating their bucket of KFC. That's something I can identify with. Yeah.
If Sweatin' to the Oldies was made now, the songs would be newer.
It would be depressing
than the existing Sweatin' to the Oldies.
Yes. Yeah. Be some Linkin Park in there, some 50 Cent, some
so Eminem and my Sweatin' to the Oldies.
Yeah. A lot of U2.
Yeah.
Trouble, but you need like upbeat kind of things, right? So it's more like
it would be like we built this city on rock and roll, and
or what's this, or like Savage Garden, or these kind of. That's what you need.
Some Wham.
That you can even go like later than that though. That's the.
For sure. Yeah. Even some Britney Spears.
Yes, Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, little Kylie Minogue. Yeah. Foo Fighters.
To these various allegations.
Foo Fighters could be freaking oldies, Paul. Like the music that we listened to on oldie stations growing up. Like how far back now? Like Nirvana and the first Foo Fighters album and stuff. Like that's 30 years ago, 35 years ago, right? Like in the 80s, that would have been back to the 50s.
Yes, that's the Back to the Future comparison.
We're talking about doo-wop bands.
Yeah,
right? Like not even the 60s psychedelic or like 70s rock and stuff. Oh my goodness. Anyways,
back to band when they're not out fighting foo.
Yes, when they're not out fighting foo. Yeah,
that's it. Every time they were on Letterman, that's the same introduction.
Yeah,
tonight's band is not out fighting foo. They're here singing songs.
Absolutely says it's not a hoax. That he mixed up some images he posted 2 nights ago because he was so excited. These independent confirmations you just read, plus others that are coming in, plus the fact that the Harvard experiment you cited is the Agassiz Station radio telescope. It's a 60-foot radio telescope located up northeastern Massachusetts.
So you're also getting independent confirmation that Harvard is looking at this right now?
This is the Planetary Society's beta experiment in SETI, partially funded by people like Steven Spielberg, up until the 27th.
Steven Spielberg was fun. I guess he was. Probably that makes sense. He would have been fun in SETI. This would have been You know,
Yeah, peak time.
I mean, way past ET. I was trying to think what he was making.
Pre-Contact, this would have been, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But still,
and I guess really now that I'm hearing him say it, Harvard, by point, he said array initially. I don't know what they mean by array, but pointing, even just pointing one or two satellites.
Yeah. So array is like, so I do know what he means. So they even talk about it in Contact, right? Where it's like, so you can have like your giant. It's like there was like that one in, where was it, in Costa Rica or somewhere in South America, the big that collapsed, right? You can have like a single giant telescope, but what's actually just
like
as
free body problem.
Yeah, but like, so you can have like a 400, that one in Australia, like his giant radio telescope. Listen up.
Yep.
But it turns out what's literally as effective and way more cost effective as easy is just to have like 40 small radar dishes, but in a pattern or grid, so they're all listening together. And it turns out that will work just as well and is like exponentially cheaper and easier, and like from maintenance, because the thing, like, well, if something goes wrong on one of these, it's like, well,
sure, you just buy a new one.
Yeah, or fix it, but it's like the whole thing keeps working. It's just
Right,
slightly less effective without that one. So you fix the one and then they go, right? So they started talking about where it's like the real things where you'll have like these triangular shape or kind of like lambda shaped things where it's like, yeah, you get a whole bunch of dishes and they're all pointing, like they're listening together, like they're creating an array. So it essentially creates a single large radio telescope, but you can do it with a bunch of small ones. So you can in fact create things that are more effective, better, because you can make a radio telescope that's bigger than you can, because you get into things where it's like, well, there's only so large you can make a
for
parabolic dome before with the structures and the
right
we have
with the materials that we have, with the cost effective materials, for sure. Yeah.
The other it's been theorized for, not theorized, like the much like the James Webb Space Telescope or the Hubble, you could go out beyond the orbit of Jupiter somewhere and basically you would just need something very small and just put antennas, just wires. You could have them go miles and miles in like different directions and create a giant radio telescope out in space that would get rid of a lot of the interference, even that like the inner planets and the sun's magnetosphere and stuff cause. And because it's out in space, you could just use thin wire, right? Like there's no gravity, like it's, so you could, if you had the money, make a very effective space telescope, radio telescope out there for, I don't want to say a fraction of the cost, because launching anything into space like that is very expensive and difficult. And if something goes wrong with it, you can't fix it. So you gotta have all kind of redundancies and stuff built into it. But it's been like a proposal for decades that, like, this is a thing we could do.
Right.
If somebody wants to pay for it, it'd be a lot easier to listen to aliens, but everyone's also kind of like, I don't know how much money I want to spend to listen for aliens that probably aren't there. Yeah. Anyways,
we had some various RIPs. We had the RIP Richard Simmons, the super chat. And for this week, just RIP James Earl Jones.
James Earl Jones.
Cheers to James Earl Jones.
Lived a long, long life. That guy was in a lot of movies. Man, you look at his IMDb page.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I was in the same room with James. I never met him. I never never got to transact, but I was in the same room. And beloved by the people who I worked with. I'm guessing that the new,
I've never heard anybody tell a bad story about James Earl Jones, or like that he was so I think he was either a very good actor or well, he was one of those guys, I feel like, sort of, especially even like he did a lot of work, like he was in a lot of movies, but kind of didn't really maybe start, like he made money, good money on, but he was like a sort of a working man actor for many decades,
for sure,
kind of a lot of bit parts, a lot of things. So I don't think he was, his success hit him late in life, which I think people can handle that better, right? Does that make sense?
Perhaps
what
yes.
I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I definitely know what you're saying. Yeah, like he didn't have a cut of didn't have a cut of Star Wars or anything.
No. Do you know? Someone asked me this actually, and I don't actually know the answer. Like when the people signed on for A New Hope, was like, did they contract for 3 movies, or did they have to re-sign for Empire and Jedi?
They did not contract for 3 movies.
Okay, so like they probably got.
So they had tremendous pay jumps. Empire Strikes Back was a tremendous pay jump for all of them.
Yeah. Like I know Alec Guinness famously had points.
Alec Guinness was the only person who had any kind of percentage.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So Alec Guinness's estate was
still making money.
Was definitely, you know, making among the most of anyone there. James Earl Jones wasn't even in the credits for the initial release. It wasn't until I think the special editions where they finally put his name into the credits. So in 97, like 20 years later.
Yeah. But I assume he would have gotten a favorable payday for Empire and Jedi, right? Like,
for Empire and Jedi for sure. Yeah. And of course he continued to very charitably play Vader. He did a couple lines in Revenge of the Sith. He did a bunch of lines for Rogue One. Yeah. Kept playing. And the Clone Wars. We didn't. He wasn't in Clone Wars anyway. But he kept being involved. James Earl Jones was a man you'd gladly call daddy.
I mean, I wish.
For sure, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Good guy. I'm assuming that the new Mufasa film, I'm assuming they're scrambling to have a dedicated to James Earl Jones card on the new Mufasa film.
I'm not going to get into that.
But it's not a remake, at least. Fair enough.
A couple of days ago, they would post on the web every 10 minutes an update of what their telescope was seeing in the way of live signals. On the 27th, they suddenly shut all that down, and they have only been updating once per day. And Dorr, when he was asked about this, says, "This does not surprise me one bit. We have had a hard time observing since this was publicized. It seems that at times the signal is being wiped out by a close-by noise source, though I won't go so far as to say it's intentional jamming. Additionally, I have had a car with government tags shadowing me for the last few days since my identity was revealed on the internet. I am not the paranoid type. I don't trust many people, and that
indeed. Outed, doxed by SETI.
Yep.
includes the government. It's just my nature.
I am calling this government cover-up. That's government cover-up, right?
I mean, I feel, I'll give it. I will graciously give it to you, Paul, that you're correct. Yeah. Because I play fairly. Yeah.
Yes, you're kinder in spirit and more lazy and yeah.
Wow. You hear chat? You hear what the shade being thrown? I extend an olive branch. And Paul spits.
Also, I need more drink. It's going to be boring for me, Richard. We're on to a big story here, folks. A really big story. If you're trying to get into my website right now, get in line. It's going to be a little slow in coming up because it's getting slammed, and for good reason. For a very good reason. We may have cooperating information on a signal from the Pegasus system. I think speculation about what it is.
Oh, yes, Paul. Paul, he talked about Star Wars.
I did, yep.
Yep. Boom. Doing it.
Oh, is that on your card?
It's on my card.
Oh.
Yeah.
Too bad.
It was going to happen.
It was going to happen anyway, yeah. Who are we kidding? Who am I kidding?
I've got Dave tells an unrelated story on my card, so, you know.
Oh, I actually have that too. I'm waiting for that to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I mean, I've already
if it hasn't, if I replayed in my mind, it's probably happened already.
It hasn't. I've been very on point. I've been good.
I see.
But I have teased that I'm going to tell one later.
Also, there's music happening here right now.
wrong at this point, or to tell
good,
you
it
that
ended.
it's absolutely true would be wrong at this point. But as Richard, I'm sure, will confirm here in a moment, the dots are beginning to connect a.
To say it's absolutely true would be premature, but
but he will. But Art is optimistic.
Yes, yeah,
as he always is. I was trying to get my double thumbs up. It's supposed to do a thing. What's it supposed? I forget what it's supposed to do. Didn't do it.
Is it? Oh well.
No, not to you. You don't get to have the things.
You know what? You're stupid.
So I finally figured out why it's doing that, though. It was built into the latest Mac OS update.
It's not something clever you did.
No, it's not at all.
Well, I am legitimately a little let down. I thought this was a.
You thought I was actually. Oh, you thought I was actually doing anything.
Yeah.
So I know that. It's like so.
But it used to do it for me too, or was it because it was the video on your screen? Oh, there you go. It's metal.
And I know that I can do double thumbs down. Gets me rain.
What's the double thumbs up give? It doesn't get you nothing.
Double thumbs up is supposed to give me fireworks or something. There you go.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Anyway, and single thumbs up gets me some kind of
good work, Apple.
There you go.
Boop. Get you a kick in the nuts the next time I'm out in Halifax.
Right.
Favorite Hoaglandism. And so what I'm going to do is bring Richard back just to finish up right now. We're going to come back at you next hour and repeat this information. Richard?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling me that this mysterious anonymous engineer is not a mysterious anonymous engineer?
He's one of the establishment. His name is Paul Dore, D-O-R-E. He's been with the British Military Industrial Complex.
Well, now I can believe that he's just straight up doxing him now.
Yeah. Just
okay.
But you know what? It was a different time, Paul.
It was a different time.
Paul, somebody drank these 2 beers.
Uh-oh.
There's probably an intruder in my house. We need to investigate.
I went to mix my rum and Coke and
triple scotch. All right, maybe we need to
tone her down. I forgot to put the Coke in, and then I took a big swig, and so I just
and then fuck it. Here we are.
Yeah, that's right. Now I guess I'm just drinking rum. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like your pirate
a couple of decades, given his curriculum vitae. He's very impressive. He's got a lot of experience. And one of the remarkable things, your show is the hallmark of speculation. So I do want to speculate just a bit here. All right. The thing is blowing everyone.
That's shots fired.
Yep.
Hallmark of speculation.
Hallmark of speculation.
Away. And the reason that Seth the other night thought this might be a hoax is the power of the signal. I mean, this thing is coming in on the equivalent of a souped-up, amateur backyard satellite dish.
It's strong. Now, this latest report, we have 4.5 meters. That's a pretty good-sized dish, actually.
Well, 1.5 meters is the one that the amateur who faxed you is using.
Yes.
All right. That's not that big.
I feel like that qualifies for Art Got a Fax.
All right. I'll take it because I also have Art has a fax.
I think that because someone did the guest definitely said that Art got a fax. So
1.5 meters.
No. Wait a minute. Let's see. Again, the amateur, the one that faxed me, is using an ICOM 8500 and a rather large dish.
He said I have a 1.5 meter dish.
No, 4.5.
All right.
Or I'm reading here, 4.5 meters, or about half the size of the one used by that engineer. All right, 4.5 meters.
On the website, he says 1.5. It might be a misprint.
It's a misprint. It's 4.5 meters. Okay. I've got the original email in my hand.
Well, even so, this is not a John Grohl Bank or a SIBO. What we're looking at here is something that's incredibly powerful. Now, the problem is the signal, if we're looking at the stars, it appears to be coming from.
All right.
All right. It's a
Paul. We have a super chat.
It's a $2 super chat.
$2 super chat.
I'll keep it at the $2.
Paul, this is probably it's like the widow in the text, right?
In the Bible where
$1.99 is a big deal. This is
all right.
I don't want to hear
How exactly
you
was
throwing
I?
shade.
So we're not going into the long version.
All right.
I was recruited to be the head of. George Lucas did not have an internet division in the late '90s, right around when this show was
to be
happening.
fair, most people didn't. Yep.
No,
he was far from alone.
But right around this show was happening, I was actively involved with it with Star Wars Online, and Episode 1 came out, and they needed someone to deal with their internet marketing and all their internet various stores and sales and other things. And I was recruited to go do that. But because Lucasfilm was a very small company, if you show aptitude, you get to do lots of things. So I got to be involved with lots of various things, including in the publishing side and in the story group and being on set and blah blah blah. And
Paul had very soft hands, having avoided physical labor most of his life. So
that's true.
That naturally opened up doors for him.
In San Francisco.
In San Francisco. This is another reason we're different from coast to coast. See, how could you even think?
Yeah, so I got to be involved in making DVD documentaries and lots of different things. Marketing group, designing posters,
lots of different things.
Logo design, I you name it. I was not you name it, but I did lots of different things there. So, and Michael points out I was responsible for Jar Jar. That's a dirty lie.
That is a
Jar Jar existed before I was there. Anyway, so I wasn't like my name's not in the credits because that's not a thing that they did back then. Even though the jobs that I had on the current movies are in the credits because Disney is more generous with their credit giving than Lucasfilm was. Did you hear, Dave? I can tell tangent stories.
Okay, this is the world started down.
Lucasfilm was sued this week, or actually the lawsuit's apparently a little older, but the world found out about a lawsuit that
I've not heard about this, whatever this is.
Someone's suing Lucasfilm for the use of Peter Cushing's likeness in Rogue One.
I did hear this. Yes. Which I believe it's his family.
No, it is not.
Oh, it's not? I thought it was his family. Okay, so
no, it's not. So apparently, allegedly, let's use that phrase. Peter Cushing, just before he passed, signed a deal unbeknownst to his family. With some side company.
Right.
That said that he was giving them exclusive digital rights, digital use of his likeness. But his family knew nothing about it. So Disney did license the use of Peter Cushing's likeness from the estate, from the family, and paid them handsomely for it.
Right.
But this other company is saying, hey, well, hold on, wait a minute. We've got this little note over here, and the estate doesn't actually even have rights.
When did Rogue One come out? 2021?
20, yeah, something like that.
Something like that?
Yeah.
It feels like
they waited quite a long time.
Yeah.
Yep, they sure did. They waited quite a long time. Anyway, I'm fascinated because it's like the whole, even the idea of digital likenesses of people, like people who are deceased, is just a fascinating, both creatively and legal for me. And it intersects with other interests I have. So I just find
it'll be because if he legitimately, if this is not something they're making up, but if he really did sign that, where someone's like, "Hey, you want $10,000 or whatever?" And he's like, "Sure, whatever."
Yeah,
like that. Then I feel, as not a legal expert by any stretch, and do not take my advice as legal advice. I feel like that does in fact open Disney up to.
Well, or does it actually, in fact, then open up? Is it the family who's going to suffer on this?
Because Disney could turn around and sue.
Well, because the family didn't act. If this goes through, then
that's right.
The family
Disney acted in good faith. They
did
a thing and went right, and it's like it'd be like if you bought a stolen car but you didn't know it was stolen. Well, it's like you're not criminally responsible.
Right.
You know.
So it's gonna be an interesting one to follow for sure. All right, that was a tangent.
But we have another.
Oh, we have more super chats
from Roger's annoying polystrate fossil newsletters. Paul, was your Star Wars page on GeoCities or Alta Vista?
No.
Emoji. I know
because
the answer.
It doesn't say was my Star Wars page, but
it was Star Wars page.
I will say my first Star Wars page. 100% was on GeoCities.
Yeah.
It was called Paul's Star Wars Special Edition. Paul's Star Wars Special Edition annotations.
Yep.
Probably
on the Wayback Machine. I don't know if the Wayback Machine archived GeoCities.
Well, I think that I'm still archived. So we transfer that site over to theforce.net, which may well still have it.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was my very first website of any kind.
Of those stars, those are two.
And I went and I compared the differences between the originals.
A lot of people might not even know what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, so in 1997, in January and February of 1997, 3 weeks in a row, 3 weeks in a row, I think so, they released A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and then Return of the Jedi for the 20th anniversary of A New Hope in theaters. But that was the first time. Well, no, it wasn't the first time, not at all. But it was the first time George added digital special effects back into the films. So there were scenes, for example, they animated Jabba the Hutt and put him into a scene in A New Hope, and scenes like that. But so there was like 3 or 4 changes in each one where it was like, oh, very obvious what was changed. But there were almost, as I went, so weirdly, I went to see these over and over in the theaters. I probably dragged you along with me. I'm not even sure.
I was in BC at the time. I went and saw those in the theater in Vancouver.
We didn't know each other yet. All right.
We did. I was at Bible school.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I was not living in the same city at the time. Yeah.
So I went over and over, and I started realizing that, like, and because I'd watched the originals hundreds of times, suddenly I'm like, well, wait, the sky is like different in this scene, and like I started noticing just all of these changes that had nothing to do with the big changes.
Yeah, just little. Yeah.
And so I started making. I think the statute of limitations is probably gone. I even snuck a video camera into the theater.
The old way you used to do
the old way.
Yeah.
And it was really like, well, now I need to capture so I can go side by side to see like what all these changes were. And so I was doing the intranet a service and annotating that for everyone. That's not weird, right?
I mean, people still basically do the same thing. That's absolutely weird. And it was a legitimately useful and interesting reference tool at the time.
Yep.
And hey, certainly worked it all right for you in the long run.
Yeah, things escalated from there, but yeah. Yep.
Little M-type red dwarf stars.
Just down 2 beers that are still full.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
And I've managed to put some rum in my Coke just to
slow myself down. This is my new. So this is a essentially orange creamsicle beer.
Okay.
This is a chocolate stout. And when you mix these half and half, it tastes almost exactly like a Terry's chocolate orange, but alcoholic.
Ooh.
And it's one of my favorite things in the world.
So we have recipes tonight.
We're doing beer cocktails tonight.
Beer cocktails.
Because we's classic.
Exactly.
I don't. Well.
So I will explain. No. So
yeah, you answer it. Yeah.
Roger's annoying polystrate fossil newsletters. Asks, were special editions on VHS and Laserdisc? The answer actually is yes. They were available on both VHS and Laserdisc.
I would have thought that I would have been wrong, obviously, but I felt like Laserdisc had already we were already into DVDs by that point, and Laserdisc had kind of gone the way of the dodo.
No, but that was what George was being incredibly stubborn, if you don't recall, about the DVD platform.
That's right. Now I say that, yes, that it's
no DVDs came out until about 2000.
Because I remember it was such a big deal when it's out DVD. It's like the thing that everyone else has been using for 8 years.
The one compromise they got them on the special edition was they did put out special edition versions on Laserdisc.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow that didn't destroy his vision, even though DVD did.
DVD did, because Star Wars has already been on Laserdisc for years and years. So.
Yeah, but but Laserdisc is the last time. Well, that's not actually true. We did put out the special, and it doesn't matter. This is way too long. No one cares.
That has to have been one of the last Laserdiscs or major Laserdiscs released.
Yes, among them. But and they didn't sell very well. I remember that was part of George's.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I mean, he was taking that as partially like as a justification. Well, he didn't even sell that well. I was like, well, no,
that's because nobody bought it. Yeah,
no one.
It's weird. I put out the soundtrack on 8-track and almost nobody bought it. I guess people don't listen to soundtracks anymore.
No.
Yeah, that's the takeaway.
Down about 1/10,000th the brightness of the sun, orbiting around each other about 22 light years away, which is not just next door. By galactic standards it is, but by radio standards that's a fur piece. The signal strength at the source, if it's at the stars, 22 light years distant, is enormous. The engineer, Paul Dorr, was asked this afternoon what he thought the signals were, and I'm going to quote what he says. This is a ship. This is an object, an artificial object. If it's real, it's much closer to the solar system than the stars, coming in like a bat out of you-know-what, heading directly for us.
Richard,
think of the signal. If it's transmitting on the hydrogen frequency, which is 1420, and if we're receiving it at 1453,
yes,
then the Doppler shift would give us the velocity of approach.
God.
And we can figure that out in the next break. We should see some interesting things, because if it's that...
Well, during the break, we'll just do some math. We'll break out some pencils and some protractors. It'll be great.
Yeah, I'd like to take this opportunity to point out to our audience, Richard C. Hoagland has no post-secondary degree of any kind. That's just a fact that I'm just going to throw out here. Not an indictment of the man, not a comment on the value of post-secondary education. Just, he graduated high school, and that is the last time he attended any educational institution of any kind as a student. So, Yep. But he often opines on astronomy and astrophysics.
Now, people can be subject matter experts without a degree.
Yes, absolutely.
So, Charles Darwin had no biology degree.
Yep. I don't know what Isaac Newton had for degrees. Probably not much of one.
Might be destined to land. This is their way of telling us they're on the way. That would square with the Defense Department information I have regarding December 7th. Remember.
I also have no post-secondary degrees. So
I wasn't going to mention.
I am. I'll mention it loudly. Although, unlike Richard Hoagland, I did attend post-secondary institutions.
I believe you attended. Well, let's not talk even about attendance, because frankly, attendance was not where I shined.
Well, but I did attend. I went to some lectures.
No, but I'm saying that you enrolled in more classes than I did, I bet. And I have a degree.
I guarantee it. I guarantee I did. Yeah, I would comfortably.
You took. I had a couple of restarts. I had a couple of shifts, but you did a lot more shifting.
Yeah.
Of majors and things.
And as I believe I've discussed on this channel, there were absolutely years where I enrolled in a full term's worth of studies, very much for tax purposes, and never went to a single one.
Yep. So yes, that's why you definitely enrolled in more.
I definitely enrolled in more classes
than most people.
There were years where I gave it the old college try. I passed. There were years I had respectable averages in school, but there was a lot of years I didn't. Yeah.
Melody Kate. Thank
Hey,
you
Melody.
for the very generous super chat, Melody.
Oh my goodness.
Oddly, we never saw Richard's amazing things. Amazing things.
Amazing. But Richard did. He saw them. Yeah.
We have inside data from the Pentagon on December 7th and something happening in the Southwest. Let me read you what Dorr says. He says, when asked what he thought the signals were, that would be speculation, and I would rather not speculate. My expertise is in radar. I worked on radar systems for the RAF, and I feel that this is most likely a radar or navigational signal, perhaps intended for an interstellar probe that just happens to be in our general direction. Due to the nature of my work, he says, I am somewhat biased. There's a term for this art. It's called a Bracewell probe. And I have a full paper by Bracewell sitting here on the desk, which at the top of the hour I will read a little excerpt from.
Well, I have a term for it too, but I'd be thrown off the air if I used it. All right, Richard.
I'm putting art uses a folksy expression right there.
I think you got it. I think that I'm willing to give you that for sure.
You're willing to give me that? I also feel like between all this, I can click off stating wild conjecture as established fact.
I was wondering. I was thinking, staring at that one as my own. So I feel like we're there.
You know what? Let's just go ahead. Yeah.
So I'm.
Yes.
I think your trick is going to be the Ark of the Covenant. You might have a hard time with that one. I mean, diagonal. I need only transdimensional beings to win.
So I feel like I can make a pretty good case for AI already tonight. And it has a lot to do with our sponsor. But
we typically said that unless it specifies that it's you or me, that it's in the show, not in our comments.
Remind me, who read the sponsorship ad? Yeah, that's what I thought. So I feel like AI.
Art didn't read the AI.
Oh, yeah, it has to be Art that brings it up. If you and I did it. But what about Paul mentioned Star Wars or Dave?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Unless otherwise specified. So the ones that say me and the ones that say you.
Right. Okay. That's fair.
But you can't just randomly talk about chemtrails.
The whole point of the conversation is I ain't getting fucking alchemy/alchemists.
Probably not.
So that row really doesn't matter. You could give me AI and it wouldn't matter because the last domino.
It's true.
Turns out made of solid granite isn't falling anytime soon. Yeah.
Remind me why you've paired AI with singularity.
Well, do you know what the singularity is?
Well, so obviously not Big Bang singularity.
No, not singularity in a black hole. Singularity when it refers to AI or like where the singularity event or singularity is where you develop essentially the idea is you develop a computer or an algorithm, a machine that can develop a better machine. And that machine develops a better machine, and that machine within a very short amount of time, because now you have computers building computers.
Right.
You suddenly, it all races out of control, right? And it's like, well, now you've got things that are well beyond human understanding or control and are doing things that, and you get into a Skynet kind of situation.
Do you follow the AI stuff very much?
Somewhat, not as much as you do, but
did you see the demo of Strawberry today?
No, I did not.
So the ChatGPT's new model, I think it actually came out yesterday. ChatGPT's new model called Strawberry. Well, it was coding Strawberry. They're calling it 0-1. You only get to, if you're just a member of the public, you actually only get to use 30 queries a week in the new model. But anyway, it does iterative thinking before it gives you an answer. So it actually, the current one, speaking of plagiarism, the current one just really only predicts what the next word should be. Like ultimately, that's only how it is.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's a very advanced next word predictive thing, essentially, right? Yeah.
But with Strawberry, what it does is it creates an answer, thinks about what the ramifications of that answer is, then redoes it, and then it iterates it over itself before it gets back to you.
Right.
Anyway, the scary one that I saw was write Tetris.
Right.
7 seconds later.
Yeah.
It had written Tetris, but with a score and with like next piece and
Yeah.
just all right.
Yeah.
Because the
Like
old models could write some simpler games like on a 2-word prompt.
Yeah.
But this was just like, yeah, just go. Yeah.
It's I don't even
Anyway.
know what to. It is hard not to see a lot of humanity becoming redundant. Is that a nice way to say it? Like, there's the old thing where it's like, well, if your job is replaced by AI, you're not doing your job well. But it's like, but then I see sort of some things that's just like, holy fucking fuck, that's crazy. And I'm looking at like what generation of this is, and I'm thinking of like the first generation steam engines versus what it became and something, right? And it's just like, and even computer, like I think of like ENIAC and like the first version computers versus even 10 years what computers became, and the increasing, it's just like, it's hard not to, like, I'm not an alarmist, but it's just like, I have a hard time seeing where it's like a lot of the things that people put effort into now, it's like, yeah, this isn't necessary anymore because this just does it. Much like all the math and sums and things that people used to do with paper and pencil,
Right.
you had an entire generation of clerks, essentially. It's like, yeah, this room of 100 people, all of you are replaced by this single computer who does it faster and better and less and more error free. So thanks. It's like, yeah.
Bitcore, I'm going to fight you on this one. Actually, all the demos I've seen of Strawberry does get this question correct. The old models did not know how many R's were in Strawberry. The new model, every time I've seen it, someone doing a demo, it does.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to hold on. There was and then Kevin Hitch, VHS had porn. That is how come VHS won. I assume that's why you're talking. I assume this was the debate between.
And so does AI.
The debate between Betamax and
you are not on the same website.
Honestly, so that is when that used to be. I don't know if it's still a thing, but they used to talk about when a technology finally when porn producers figure out how to use a technology. That's when the technology of this suddenly takes off, and probably something similar is true with AI. Like probably once they start allowing.
Paul. If you think there isn't AI,
no,
porn,
I know you can get, you can get guardrails off models, and that do things, but when it gets to the level where where people who are disinterested in technology can order up stuff.
I mean, when you get to like essentially a Star Trek holodeck version,
yeah,
like I can just generate any scenario I want and have it be a realistic full simulacrum. It's like, man, there's going to be repercussions. Like that's, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm no futurist or,
or an ethicist, like the whole. Yeah,
I'm not Harry Seldon, but I do feel like the next 100 years are going to be a fairly seismic shift in.
There was that whole, if you remember, the Leah Brahms episode in episodes of Next Generation, where Geordi was trying to figure out stuff with the ship, and he had the holodeck bring up a recreation of like the engineer who designed them.
Yes.
And then he fell in love with that character.
Yes.
Which was weird in its own way in that one episode, but I loved what they did. Like a couple seasons later, the real woman came on.
Yeah.
And it was literally like, what the hell, dude? You what?
Yeah. You what? That's freaking weird.
Yep.
Yeah. It was interesting.
That was ahead of its time for sure.
Oh my goodness, Mark says
I know, Steve-O66 for $150. That's crazy. Well, thank you.
Holy shit. So yeah, we missed a super chat before we read Melody Kate. There was one before that we missed. But we'll do Steve-O66 because we're right there.
Okay.
Yes. But I don't want to short sell
Steve066, really cool revisiting these old radio programs that explore the relevance to current events. Regards.
See?
Which I feel... Go ahead.
He gets it. Like, this is the essence of what we're trying to do here. That, like, you can listen to these radio programs from almost 30 years ago, 25 years ago. Still relevant. There is still stuff, sometimes even more relevant now, I feel, than some of the old. They're still shooting big feet, and nobody's doing anything about it. Well,
that's exactly right. So, so what I will say is that unfortunately, my new system that does the
but also,
chat...
Paul,
Yes.
if that doesn't deserve a toast.
No, that deserves a toast.
That deserves a toast.
Steve-O, what I was going to say about this super chat is that this feels
with the toast mug.
With the toast.
Look at that. You got the trifecta, the logo in the front, the one on each glass.
I feel like this is a way of just saying, would you guys fucking get on with what the show is supposed to be?
I mean, that's part of it. But before we do, Paul, I want to do right by our audience. We missed a member chat from...
a member chat. Oh, okay.
From Mark Burnkoff, long time friend of the show.
So unfortunately, that they updated the software that I use for this, and the chat eventually does go away. So I don't have it. Do you have it?
I have it.
Okay.
Mark Fernkoff, who has been a member for 18 months, Paul, a year and a half. Mark has been a member supporting this channel and the work we do here. And we appreciate that, Mark, more probably than you would imagine that we do, but we really do. And Mark says, Silverbox widescreen special edition VHS was the exclamation mark. But yes, do I still have it here? I busted mine out last show. I have the, right here. There we go. There's the Silverbox widescreen special edition.
That was
I used to have. I had the non. I was mad because I thought it was not. It was just black, right? The box.
Do you remember the difference between? Do you remember the difference between the silver and the gold boxes?
Between the special edition and the
no, there was. So he's talking about this. He's talking about silver box special edition.
This is the silver box.
Yeah, you got the silver. But do you remember what the gold box was?
I remember I didn't want it. What was it? Was the gold box?
The gold box was fucking pan and scan.
Pan and scan, yes. But was there not also just a black box, not gold or silver, that was the original non-special edition?
That was earlier. So
yes, but there was the box.
Yes, absolutely there was. But not.
Yeah.
But as soon as the special edition came out, George was like, the old editions are dead. They should never be sold anywhere. Like the black, So those, so it was funny because the silver edition was clearly better.
Was the superior, yes, because it's not pan and scan. Yeah.
But this was back in the time when everyone had a 4x3 television.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
And so and the general audience didn't understand letterbox very well. And they're like,
that is true.
Why are these black bars on my I pay for this.
In a file of like
my father, to be fair, and I heard of people, I pay for this whole TV.
Yes.
Why are they not using the top and the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
the flip side, what's interesting to me now is the flip of that, where you will see a movie from like 1960 or 70, right? Where it's like this movie was filmed in 4:3 ratio, and they crop the movie to make it 16:9.
And they did that with The Simpsons and various other TV
They've done
shows.
It with all kinds of things.
Friends
just like,
and Seinfeld. Yep.
Yeah, to fit, and we've reached the twilight zone of like the other side of the.
But then people who are smart about it are angry. Yeah, like why are you cropping? It should be 4:3. So we've come full circle on. All right, so
I feel like Kevin Hitch, I thought I read your chat and I thought it said I don't want those black bras, and I was like, well, you and I are very different in that opinion, I guess. But
all right, so
I don't want those black bars. I don't. It's the
We need to take heed to Steve-O.
Yes.
And actually get on with the thing that he likes.
Get the fuck on with what we're doing. And then next time we break, I'm telling my Jaw story. This is it. We'll take the details of the story.
Jaw or Jaws?
I don't know. I only have the one.
Oh, like not the shark movie.
Not the shark, like the actual bone
All
in
right.
my head.
Get to the website and see it.
Yeah, they can go to two websites because we're on two separate servers. We also have the link to the site I'm reading from.
2 servers. Can you imagine such a thing?
I cannot. This is luxury.
What kind
I assume
of
one
wasteful...
of them is running Microsoft Exchange and the other one. Yeah.
There was no Apache even at that point.
Oh no, in the late 90s? No.
Is it on your site?
It's on
I'm trying to
Enterprise
remember
as
when
well as
Linux came. Linux might have existed. Yeah,
Linux
would have
existed.
existed
No,
in
no,
98.
Linux existed. Yeah. Linux pre-existed in the web.
Yeah. But not by like a lot. It was
no, I know, but because Unix is old, right?
Unix is very old.
Linux, but Linux was around. So I was in college before this.
Yeah,
and definitely Linux was float. People, the cool kids. It wasn't. Windows versus Mac was passe. Like if you
I remember when what's his name, Linus. I can't remember but the guy who invented Linux, who created the kernel for Linux, because it's named after him. Linus something's his name,
right?
Interviews and stuff because he'd made this open source operating system, and it was such a departure from it's like it's based on Unix and it's just this thing and blah blah blah, and all the hardcore comp sci guys were all. I was in high school, but it was still I was into comp sci and programming, so it was like there we go. Yes,
yeah. My degree was in comp sci, so I was literally the nerds in my class. I had a MacBook, and they were that's passe, blah blah.
Well, to be fair, in the 90s, it's sure.
But it was expensive.
Remember OS 8?
It had the bonus that it was the bonus was it was very expensive.
It was very expensive. OS 8 was so bad.
And 9 was terrible. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I have a lot of extensions. You have your little extensions opening up.
And if you hold the shift down, you can just boot without extensions. Because
so bad. Yeah. There's a reason that Windows was able to go in. Yep. And then OS 10 came along.
But reliability and quality was not the reason.
It took forever to boot. There were issues with Windows. There wasn't reliability and quality, but there was usability issues with OS, and it wasn't good. Yeah.
So super chat from Chris Leahy.
Chris Leahy.
I'm pretty sure that's Leahy. I remember Anamorphic DVD where I had to tell the player which mode. Apparently, I didn't notice when people are on the wrong aspect ratio. Apparently, I don't notice when people are the wrong aspect ratio. I do remember that you could. That was tricky though because it took a lot more space on the DVD to do it that way.
Yeah.
So, I remember when we first put
one of my picadillos. I hate even like digital editions or whatever if it's not the movie. Even movies like I had a digital edition of John Wick, and they changed the subtitles so that it wasn't the subtitles as appeared in the original movie. Because the original movie did so when they used like Baba Yaga, it had like a visual effect on the text and stuff, right? And I'm just like, these subtitles aren't right. I was watching with friends, and I stopped the movie. I'm like, nope, we're not watching. I'm like, this isn't right. This isn't the movie that they created. I'm gonna go, and I went and bought a Blu-ray of John Wick. So
nice.
I'm like, nope, this isn't the right movie. This is not the movie that the creator that they made. This isn't what they experienced. They want us to have. We're not watching this. Yeah.
Because we have another super chat here, Dave.
Oh my goodness.
From Peyton Dooley.
Yes.
It says the cool kids still use Linux.
For a given definition of cool. I mean, I use Linux. To use not the main operating system on my computer is Windows, but I have multiple machines in my house.
Well, also as a guy who uses Mac OS, which is now built basically upon Linux.
Yeah, it's essentially.
So I for years, would every single day have a terminal window open and could absolutely do anything. But so I have, because I've got a couple Raspberry Pis doing different jobs in my house that I won't talk about because of legal reasons. But I don't use Linux now. I use it
infrequently enough that I essentially have to look up console commands every time I use it.
No, I still command line and Linux stuff.
Yeah. Like there's some stuff I can, but like anytime I want to do anything, it's like, oh fuck, I don't remember what this is. To be fair, it's the same thing with I use Windows way more than I use it in PowerShell. I still I gotta look this up. I don't know.
Is that right?
Thomas,
Is it BSD? I thought it was a flavor of Linux, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong with that.
So okay, I might be showing my ignorance here, but I think so. They're both flavors of Unix.
They are,
but I don't think BSD is in any way built on Linux. It's built on Unix.
No, I know. So BSD, he's saying Mac OS is on BSD.
Oh, okay. So it might be. I don't know. I don't know enough about
it is. It was on the BSD kernel. There you go. Okay. So I'm not technically using. I knew it wasn't Linux proper.
Hey, Paul, I know this operating system. This is Unix.
That's right. It's a Unix system. One of the worst. One of the worst lines in a huge movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, Commodore. I had a Commodore.
On Art Bell.
Well, unfortunately, Enterprise and the Art Bell site are served by the same servers, which are right now on their knees.
Well, not according to our master web guy.
All right, then mighty
Master web guy.
Master web guy.
I heard starting some clicking there, so I'm just going to do a refresh.
There's some clicking. All right, I'll tell my Jaw story, okay?
Yes, do the Jaw story.
While you're fixing that. Uh-oh. Oh. All right. So, I had a massage therapy today because I have a messed up ankle, and so I have a bad back just because
This wasn't a pure pleasure.
Well, this is where it starts.
Visit.
Yeah. I fucking wish. No, this is the exact opposite of pleasure. Pleasure in that, hopefully, I feel less pain. Do you ever go for a massage, Paul? You ever see the old massage?
It's been quite, so I used to go very regularly.
Yeah.
Because
as someone who like me spends a lot of time in an office
I
chair.
paid less attention. There was a time in my life when I definitely paid less attention to my physical well-being than I do currently.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So I do not have the greatest posture. I spend a lot of time and I spend 60 hours a week or more in office chairs in front of computer screens.
Right.
And some of the other time I spend crawling up under the dashes of automobiles to do wiring things, which has to relate with my job. So whatever. So my back is all fucked up and my ankle's all messed up because of an unrelated accident. When I used to work construction decades ago, I at one point fell. I fell like 30 feet and tore ligaments in my ankle. My ankle's all messed up. I've had trouble with it forever. Cool. Great. So going to get a massage. Do this thing called Rapid, which is you've probably seen. You can see on YouTube when it's like where you sort of like dig in. You have to like flex the joint or whatever, and you sort of dig in. It's a way to make muscles release, muscles that are like tight or you have a knot, or like sometimes if there's an injury, like let's say you injured your knee, Paul, the other muscles, and you probably like, or if you hurt your back or whatever, they'll compensate, right? Like muscles will like sort of lock up and freeze. Weightlifters, power lifters will often have this issue where muscles get so sort of frozen up, they just kind of like lock and like, I can't lift my arm up. I can't do. A lot of athletes have issues.
Is that the story you went with for yours?
Yeah. No. So I'm getting this worked on my ankle, right? And it's very painful, but when it's done, it legitimately helps and works. So when they're there, so I have issues with my jaw. I had my jaw moved when I was a child. This is before you knew me. I had braces. I had multiple retainers. And as has been said, a lot of orthodontists and dentists, what they are doing, not unlike plastic surgery, what they want to do is make your teeth look good, be straight. They aren't necessarily concerned with the actual mechanical function of your jaw and your bite, right? So they will move a jaw, they'll do these things so that your teeth are nice and straight and go, but maybe that's not where your jaw is like actually supposed to be or naturally be in your body. So when that happens, there's issues. So my jaw pops out sometimes, like will actually dislocate, will come out because it was moved, and it's happened hundreds of times. Like my jaw, like I can pop it out at will. It hurts like a son of a bitch, so I don't want to do it. But sometimes, like I'll just be eating something like a piece of beef or a carrot stick or something and chomp down, my jaw just pops out, and then I'm just like, God damn,
so this
you
is
know, and I just,
you're a less cool Martin Riggs from
yeah, it's very much the same thing. Like anybody you know, you used to work for him, I used to work for him, but he has a shoulder. Anybody who's dislocated a shoulder a couple of times, a lot of hockey players and stuff, like Houdini, once you've done it 3 or 4 times, you can start, like it wears out and go. My jaw is like that, right? So like I have been at like dinners, like wedding dinners and things where it's like my jaw pops out and I just kind of like, like sort of bend down and you pop it in and there's just like a tear and you're just like, this is fine. This, be very sore for quite a while, whatever thing. It's like, no, this really hurts. So it's not good, but the surgery or whatever to fix it is not tenable. So you just live with it. Right. So anyways, my massage therapist is like, well, we can probably do something about that. I can remember it came up somewhere. It's like you can fix that and go. And I'm like, okay. So they were doing like, she had like rubber gloves on. She's like, I've actually done this for people. Like had her fingers in like on my soft palate, like working in.
No, this is not all right. That's not okay.
There's a rusty nail driven in your joint. And she's like, you got to open and shut your jaw. And I was literally crying, Paul. Like there were tears coming down my eyes. This pain was intense. And I am not I call it toxic masculinity, call it whatever. I am not a person who is unaccustomed to pain. I am not a person who kind of quickly buckles this. But I'll tell you, like my jaw always pops, like it feels way better right now. Like it's a thing that it's been a pain that's been there for 30 years, right? So like I don't even think about it. It's just the way that it is. Like you don't even think about it, but it's like it's better now. But holy hell, at the time that was absolutely horrific. And another person has their like digging their thumb like inside your mouth and just like put on the rubber gloves and like, but you got to take your medicine, right? That's the
wow.
You go through the 10 minutes of intense pain to alleviate 30 years of continual slight pain.
So I'm not cringing about the pain. It's about having someone with gloves like digging around in my mouth.
Digging around your mouth? Well, So that's what I did today.
That's nice. That's fun.
My afternoon, yeah. Yeah. Anyways.
Steve-O66, Dave.
Yeah.
With another $50 super chat.
Steve-O, you're being too good to us, but keep it up. We love it.
Steve-O, we appreciate you on
yes.
blurry.
Paul, stop being blurry. You're still blurry. There you go.
Toasting with shots of Bushmills?
Oh yeah.
Do you know what that is?
Bushmills is a Irish, I think an Irish whiskey. It's a whiskey.
Wow, okay.
Yep.
Sure would be nice if I could pour a shot to everyone here.
Yes.
Cheers. That's a very nice sentiment. Took a while to figure out why my message kept being blocked. The word shot must be the reason, hopefully.
That actually makes sense because that's what they mean.
Yeah. So because at first I thought, was it the word shit? Because I'm sure you can say shit in super chats.
Yeah, but you can't.
But you can't say probably not.
Yep.
Probably not.
Good good detective work, Steve-O.
If I had my tequila closer,
yeah,
I would join you in a shot, but
this is my last attempt.
Instead, I will
4 shots for everyone.
I will go with my regular drink and just do a cheers.
I have a I have a fresh glass of Jura. This is for you, Steve-O.
I was feeling today like we need I need to figure out how to source some toast to toast shot glasses.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then, like, I feel like you can't put our logo on it. It's too busy for a shot glass. So we need to have something simpler, like a little.
Maybe. I've seen some pretty busy shot glasses in my time.
Yeah. Just because people do it doesn't mean you should.
Oh, I see.
You know
So it's like, yeah, all right. So we need to figure it out. Well, maybe just like your face or my face, or
yeah, something like that, or like maybe
and
we
a
need
set.
like
You can have a set of them, like so, two of them,
symbol,
like
you
a
know.
Dave and a Paul,
Yeah. Or even like a T2T or something like that.
Oh,
but
sure,
Dave
yeah.
and Paul, I feel would be good. Yeah, something, you know, like if you know, you know. Yeah,
that's right.
Oh well, Rosina's just apparently
okay. So
the
Rosina's
politics
just
stupid.
ruined the. All right. Well, maybe
if you
Steve-O,
italicize it.
yeah.
Anyways,
maybe Steve-O, you're just doing it wrong. I don't know.
maybe everybody else super chat and see if you can put the word
That's
shots
right.
in your super chat.
Let's do an experiment.
This is for science.
For science.
Profitable
Everyone
science.
try and super chat us with the word shot. Actually, no, we should
Everybody super
experiment
chats
with
with the
different
word shot.
words. Everyone use different words, and we'll figure out which ones get banned.
Because who cares? Coast to Coast is coming after us anyways. Fuck it.
That's right.
Let's
Let's
just go all out this show. Yeah.
They can't have our super. They take all the monies except the super chat monies. So you know.
And here's the thing, you know, like they didn't even. Usually, Paul and I ran into this all the time with our old school channel, our Fractal
and my current channel, all the time.
Yeah. Right. So somebody will do a copyright claim against you, straight, whatever, right? Where it's like they're like, hey, this is actually ours. They don't want it. They're like, all the money that this video generates should go to us because they want the money. They don't. No, the Coast to Coast is just like block this. Just
just block it. No one can see this.
Yeah. No one can see this.
You
Get
know,
out of here.
But that feeds into the idea that it was probably more likely the people from Atlantis.
I mean, that they're trying to hide the truth. They don't.
That's
want
right. They prefer to hide. They don't care about our money, our land our land dweller currency.
No,
they have no interest in that.
It means nothing to them.
That's right. But
Bitcoin,
they can't have the truth.
do with that? Nothing.
The truth can't come out. That's the problem.
Truth can't come out. That's the real.
Well, good job, Harmon. I think now the experiment is such that we know that it wasn't the word shot.
Well, I don't think we do know that. Someone else should also.
So now we need to try other words and see if they get banned. Let's just try all the words, starting with
also
aardvark.
You know, and if you have an opinion about coffee tables, throw that out there. That's always a reliable.
Start with the word aardvark. Go on to the next one.
Oh man, I have a drinking horn. I haven't. I've busted it out on this show before. I haven't for quite a while.
All right. Well, we're getting some.
There we go.
Some data. Now we can start plotting a trend. We can legitimately get a graph going.
We can get it.
Sirs, the second Bigfoot has been shot.
Did I tell you, Paul? I feel like it was on CNN. So Bugsy
famously shot a Bigfoot or maybe shot a hairy human.
I found a video of him, like the actual human being, talking about something else. It was something like gun rights and things. It was like on CNN, and it was on the Art Bell subreddit. And someone was like, "Yeah, so you might know this. This is the person you would know as Bugsy." And go, it's like this. I should send you the link. Yeah,
that'd be amazing.
And it's everything
everything you wish it would be.
Yeah. Got a hat, a ball cap that has the straightest brim you've ever seen and goes up like this. You know, is about 60 years old and has strong opinions about guns. Yeah, old Bugsy.
Yeah, who may or may not have killed someone.
We don't need the government here telling us.
Thank you, Melly, for that previous super chat. Thank you, Matthew K, for this one. Who shot this shit? Much love, friends. All right, so apparently you can even have both words in there.
All right. Now I feel a little bad. Everybody stop super chatting the word shot. But also the super chat.
Except Steve-O.
Steve-O, you can give
for
super
25.
You're my new best friend.
Okay, had to try a shot. Maybe saying shots again will trigger something.
I mean, this whole video might get taken down. We'll see if it shows
Yeah, we
up.
don't know, but that would be unrelated.
Yeah.
Although, frankly, we are not getting very much covered on the actual Art Bell show. So,
Yeah. If
for
anything,
the first,
I feel the
for the first time in Toast to Toast history.
Yes. Shockingly.
We are failing to cover expeditiously the entire episode.
It's too bad Shannon isn't here tonight. She would have a lot of strong opinions about this. Oh, man, which reminds me, I got to talk to her about hot sauce. Anyways. Paul.
Yes.
Listen to some Art Bell, damn it.
Are served by the same servers, which are right now on their knees.
Well, not according to our master web guy.
All right, then might try enterprisemission.com.
Yep.
All right, Richard, I'll talk to you into the next hour, okay?
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Good Lord. And again, let me try and catch my breath for a second here, because dealing with this as it breaks around airtime, this always happens to me. This always happens to me. It is almost impossible on a night when I had planned to do nothing but ghost stories. I will say this. It was at least 3 years ago.
It's true. I'd already forgotten that they had this was supposed to be Ghost to Ghost night.
It was supposed to be a Ghost to Ghost night. Yeah. And yet, here we are. Oh. Nothing to see here.
Candy Black,
yes.
A for alien, writes, blame it on the aliens.
Blame it on the aliens that were falling.
Good job on not being so close in your song singing that it, might be confused for the real song.
It's really easy for me because I'm not good.
Joe,
I feel like Milli Vanilli isn't copyright blocking anything. That would be ironic.
Yeah, ironically, Milli Vanilli doesn't sound like Milli Vanilli. Also, I loved, there was a little meme of Milli Vanilli going around when a couple years ago, I don't know when it was, that most of TikTok was just people lip syncing to shit.
Yes.
And Milli Vanilli's like,
yeah,
I forget what the caption was, but like their whole career was ruined.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, it was something. Yeah, wait, people are being millionaires by lip syncing was like, yeah.
The funny thing is, nobody is a millionaire from TikTok.
No, on TikTok, no one gets paid, but
yeah,
to get popular. Joe White writes, I, and AI.
Yeah.
Scientific testing words with puns.
Very
good.
And AI.
I and AI.
Feels like a tongue twister.
I. It is a bit of a tongue twister. Also a good spelling test if you just read that sentence to someone and made them type it back to you.
What's your favorite sea shanty, Paul?
Sea shanty?
There is a right answer.
Wellington?
I see.
I don't know. Pirates of the Saskatchewan?
That's one of the two correct answers.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And then the year was 1776. What's the
Yeah.
But I couldn't think of the name of it, and I still can't. That's why I didn't say it.
It's
Sherbrooke? What's it called?
It's
God damn them all. I was sold for American.
Oh, the year was 1778. I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. Barrett's Privateers by
Barrett's Private. That was if I would have thought of Barrett's Privateers, that's what I would have said.
Stan Rogers. There we go.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. And and now I definitely hope that Shannon is not, listening, because I will be.
I'm pretty sure Shannon went to bed quite some time.
If anyone in Nova Scotia heard that, I am going to be in deep trouble.
Barrett's Privateer. Right. Yeah, Scotty. Yeah, we know, Scotty. We got it.
So Rosina writes, is it still Friday the 13th?
Paul and I are both bases, so it doesn't work.
Friday the 13th, it is not any longer here.
It is
where you are. Yeah.
Still unlucky. Unless you're some kind of supernatural serial killer, in which case. How many minutes to coast to coast are we? That's
we are
a good question.
14 and a half.
Which is actually higher than average. So
yes, it probably is.
For 2 hours into the show, are you kidding me?
No, I'm saying it probably is not way off pace for sure.
There was the start of the show. We kind of just shut our mouths and listened to it for a healthy.
It's true, but I'm honestly, I do. It's a little bit dry because they're doing a lot of talking about math, a lot of talking about listing off coordinates. I'm hoping for the outrageous.
I feel like some of the so this particular date I feel like isn't going to be great. I feel like some of the subsequent ones will hopefully be a little better when it starts. So what happens? Do we want to get into it, Paul? Do it.
Sure, go for it. I don't even know. So
actual scientists start clapping back.
Okay.
Real legitimate experts in these fields start like actually getting on the show and being like, no, like this isn't like here, like this is what this is. It is not an alien civilization being radio signals to us. And at the end of it, Art full on reams this guy out. Like he's like mad. He's like, you presented this, blah blah blah. You made me look like an idiot.
Okay. All
like
right.
Art tears into this guy. So there you go. But
so we have that to maybe look forward to, but
something to look forward. We'll see how far we go.
I'm hoping we get here to calls at least and see how the callers go.
Yeah.
That somebody in Arizona mailed me what I consider to be one of the best ghost photographs ever taken. It, of course, was stolen and it's all over the net now because people do that. But I now have...
Art's just plugging our current sponsor.
Exactly, Art.
Thank you, Art, for people are just plagiarizing photos.
It's just so easy. It's just so easy. Do that.
Received what I consider to be something as good or better than that photograph. And believe me, I get a lot of supposed ghost photographs. When you see this one, if it doesn't put a chill down your spine, then you are not chillable. That's what I would say. This is the damnedest picture I ever saw. And again, a fire department chief took the picture in Nixa, Missouri, as they were burning a practice fire, a shed. They burned a shed. And the photograph, clearly, it just jumps out at you as being an Indian on a horse. I mean, it just jumps out. When they developed the photograph...
Wait, is the horse also a ghost?
I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to see if I can find this photo now. Nixon, Missouri.
Okay, so what I heard from that is that it was a fire. Someone was taking a picture of a house on fire.
Yeah.
A cabin on fire, I think, maybe and then, so you should be able to find cabin on fire, Indian ghost on a horse.
Firefighter takes picture of house fire. Okay, there's people in windows. I don't think I'm finding the right
of the photograph. They went back and looked at the history of the land upon which this.
This is why I keep saying, Paul, we need a producer on this show. We need our version of Joe Rogan.
We have no. That's right. We have no producer.
We got to have somebody who can be like, find us this thing. Shannon looking for a career change. Maybe we can bring her in.
She is, but you never know. Always looking for great opportunities.
Always one eye on the horizon. Right?
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, Joe White. Super chatting, Paul. AI is pronounced I.
I is pronounced I. It's a sloth. Go ahead.
No, we're gonna keep. No. I like what we're doing. Let's keep back. This is great.
We are Venom. We are Venom.
We're Venom. We're Venom.
I is pronounced I. It's a sloth. But I like I. Right. I, and I. I like I like an AI. I and AI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I and AI.
Yes.
I and AI. I and AI.
Now, what would be better is if we had like the old Commodore 64
the
text to
thing that
voice,
reads it.
the old Amiga that they used in like the Daft Punk Better, Faster, Stronger, just that, or it's pronounced I, it's a sloth, but like I, and I. Yeah, it would be better. I is my favorite.
It was an Indian burial ground, so if you really want something that'll put a shiver down your spine, get up to my website pronto and take a look. And I know what I'm doing to myself here because my site is while.
Yes, but only recently.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, this in calendar year 2024, I believe, was the first time I saw it.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I feel like it would not be as impactful as it would have been in the 80s.
That's correct. Yeah, no, absolutely. And especially since, you can't avoid all the imitations and all the the spoofs and whatever, right? So
I'm trying to remember how old I was the first time I saw a poltergeist, like 10, something like that. Scared the shit out of me. Oh my goodness. I had nightmares for weeks about that movie. Yes.
So just like I can show you these SETI photos here, this right in the middle here, this photo was sent by Kim Moore from Oregon. She writes, I was shown a picture that was taken by a fire chief. So damn you, Wayback Machine. You're not
damn you, Wayback Machine, your inability to actually store all the hugely more space. Yeah.
Anyway, so it was there on the website.
You can handle a very great deal of bandwidth. This one's out of control because we've got two things for you to go after. So we will.
Remember when 3 pictures could tank your website? We got 3. People are looking at 3 pictures on our website. So
in the 90s, people were still on dial-up.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
We had to get ourselves a second server because.
Yeah. Paul, Sparrow the Sissy has a good suggestion for you. This is not a super chat. I'm going to read it anyways. Paul, some streamers have text-to-speech setups for super chats where people can submit something to be read aloud or even have a question answered by an AI in character. You might have fun with that. Your thoughts, Paul?
Well, you'll recall, Dave, that we tried that for one episode on this show.
Yeah. I feel like, I like the human touch. Also, there have been super chats in the past that were like, you know what? We're not going to read this out loud.
Yep.
This is fine. This isn't something that needs to be put out in the world. Yeah.
So for those and the audience didn't love it when we had the robot reading the super chats. So
no, that's putting it mildly. Yeah. Yeah.
Seed.
I think
with Ghost AM as Halloween. Torches actually now sweeping.
I could just clone your voice with an AI.
Don't you fucking dare.
Then we wouldn't even need you.
I mean, you don't. Let's all be honest. I'm one of the jobs that's going to be replaced in the next 6 to 18 months.
Not here on this show.
It's funny because it assumes I get paid. All right.
Across the country already Halloween on the east.
There was a time, whatever, fuck it. We're done with Art Bell, apparently. I can't remember what you and I had this conversation like 4 or 5 months ago. We actually sat down and did some math and figure out the money we pay for drinks for the show.
That's right. Yeah.
It's pretty much a break even or net negative.
That's right. This is
really, So anybody who thinks Paul and I are getting rich this, we do this because we like each other. We love hanging out with you guys. We're not getting rich on this.
When you send super chats, you literally are paying for our drinks because that's all that it covers. Yeah,
it's all that it covers, and sometimes not even that. But don't worry, we're not about to stop. Paul and I, we're dug in. We're like goddamn barnacles.
I need to work on that accounts receivable for the sponsors.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. I'm so bad at following up. I just
have you even invoiced the people?
I haven't. I keep thinking I should get QuickBooks or something, but I just kind of have, and I don't even have Excel. I just have Corel and it's 30 years
I
old.
like to do my spell spreadsheets in Microsoft Paint. Yeah. Why not?
Just lines. It doesn't actually do any kind of tabulation or something, but have you ever watched those like Excel championships? The speed, like do this in the time. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
So there's like there's like real money. There's like competitive Excel contests.
Wow.
Where you'll be given like a pro thing, and it's like, and you do it in the fastest time possible. And these people, like, nobody uses a mouse because mice are too slow. And they're like going through and blah, 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 doing this form. It'll be like some kind of crazy swing table thing there. It's insane. You watch it, it's like, who has dedicated so much of their life to this? Yeah. You should just check it out. Just Google Excel contest. It's a big deal, and there's people who are very, very into it, and it's a whole thing. And there's like a crowd. There's a crowd cheering as people are manipulating spreadsheets in record times, and they're just right into it. Yeah.
Wow.
So there you go. Just in your horizons.
We have some super chats, but I'm a little bit distressed here because my my little interface for putting things on the screen has just gone blank.
Uh-oh. Well, the Ronin super chat us, Paul.
Yep. $2.
You can't bring it up. $2.
I can't bring it up, but it's just gone blank.
Have a drink on me, boys. Well, you know what, Ronin? I'm gonna. Thank you. Because I mean, that $2 American, that's roughly $38 Canadian. So we can definitely get a couple drinks for that.
Absolutely. And then there's another one
from Timothy Harmon, longtime friend of the show. Ronan is also a longtime friend of the show.
Indeed.
$10. More drink for Paul and Dave. Yeah, which is exactly what we need.
I am going to see if I can kickstart this thing here.
You're going to try? Excel contest is the only other thing playing on the internet right now. Yep. But they're not streaming live because we are the only stream on YouTube currently.
Oh, okay. It got reset, but the super chats are gone. So sorry.
Oh, I get that, Matthew K. And I know accountants and people go, these contests are a whole other level. This is a different thing. It's like the people who like have Guinness World Records for doing Rubik's Cubes blindfolded. And it's like, cool. That guy that came in second, you've spent a lot of time trying to learn how to do Rubik's Cubes blindfolded, and you're for nothing, for literally nothing. Even the guy that won, nobody knows who you are. Nobody cares about this. Moving on. Yeah. Rosina has some opinions, Paul.
Yep. Best databases in order. Number 1, Resource Fork.
Don't know it.
Number 2, Excel.
Know that.
Number 3, File System. So I'm wondering if Resource Fork Mac files back in the day used to actually have a hidden. It was called the hidden Resource Fork, and it would actually store information. The file would essentially be 2 things. There was a mini database of metadata that got stored in the Resource Fork, and definitely could people abuse the Resource Fork in ways that Apple didn't intend you to. Like, so this was back in the day when like your icon, the icon for your file, for example, was stored in the Resource Fork,
right?
But it didn't, like, if it was text file, it could still have an icon.
Yes,
it was a straight. If you copied it, it was just a straight text file, but there was a hidden Resource Fork. I'm wondering if that's what Rosina means, and if so, you are old school Mac programmer like me. And yeah, this is actually a hilarious super chat.
And there's all kinds of, as it was, this information.
So you could end up like storing whole like arrays of images in there. So you could, I guess I wasn't using it. I just now realize you could definitely be sending like, oh, I hid all my porn in the Resource Fork of Anyway,
I was talking to somebody the other day.
FileMaker Pro would have been a good answer there.
They were in a small office. They were developers,
Yep.
And this is like back in the 90s again. And they were like, we had a shared, they're like, yeah, in our office, we had a shared porn drive.
Oh, no.
And I'm like,
no,
wow.
no.
I'm like, there's people like, no joke. Like if Paul called me and was like, Dave, I need you to help me hide a body, I'd do it.
Yep, you would.
And,
yep.
It's just like, and we're never going to talk about this. I'm going to do what I can. And if I have to, I'll take the fall for you, man. And Paul is like, I'm not sharing my porn folder. And he's not sharing his. Like, I think the level of trust you have to be like, yeah, you can see whatever crazy ass Brazilian, something. I don't know what. I'm not going to get too off into the woods, but I'm just like, that is such an alien concept to me. Maybe it's the puritanical influence as I grew up. But it's just like, nah, man, that ain't cool. You don't do that. You don't have a common. All right, whatever. Moving on. I guess in the 90s when bandwidth was like a real thing, you could easy way to cut down. But still, I was just like, at work? Come on.
Yeah, right?
Like
that's the last place.
Wow. This isn't even like the people you're doing shrooms with at college. This is your work coworkers. Like, come on, get out of here. I mean, spreadsheets can do damn near
everything. I messed up again,
right?
Dave. But anyway, we have Scotty Orange.
Scotty Orange has super chatted.
Yep.
And says, spreadsheets can get you drugs now? Question mark. I mean, they can help you. I don't think they can. They themselves.
No, they're not agents
do amazing
in the
things,
real
but
world.
No, they can't talk to your guy.
I mean, unless you have a shared spreadsheet with your guy.
Yeah.
And if you have a Google Sheets
Google
with your guy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And then and you just put in a row there, with white stuff,
Yeah, drugs. And then you up the drugs from 3 to 4, and he's like, "Oh, I got to get a drugs to Scotty Orange." Yeah.
This feels like we've now invented actually a pretty good way to do that.
I feel like we haven't invented anything.
What?
I feel.
Oh.
We, as in keeping with the sponsor of tonight's show.
Yeah. Just copy stuff.
Idea
all right.
And present it as our own.
Melly. For $5 writes, my dad worked for a municipality for 30 plus years and they ran Napster on the work computers. Well,
I mean, I've run Napster on work computers. That I've done.
But yeah, that's less private and intimate than.
Yeah, that's a totally different. We're talking about two different things here. There's the file share. Yeah, I've done file sharing, the Napster, LimeWire, even pre-Napster. What was the Hotline?
Hotline,
yep. Cool. Yeah, I'll share my MP3. I'll share my movie collection thing.
Yep.
It's not the same thing.
No,
nope, it's different. At all, right?
It's different. You don't need to know that Earl in finance is really into dolphins. You don't need to know.
Yeah. He's really into balloons. You're right. It's like he was like, I don't need to ask a coworker to help me out with applying this hemorrhoid cream. It's natural. It's biology. Yep. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
It's not illegal, but
it's not illegal.
No,
but still, I probably don't need Tim in finance to apply preparation H.
Exactly.
Right. That's we'll keep that. We'll keep that in house. Yeah. Oh, Paul, here we go.
Rosina.
Here's right in your.
Indeed.
Oh my goodness.
But FileMaker Pro was intended to be a database. Meanwhile, the cool ones learned how to overcome the 16 megabyte limit on the resource fork. Well, I'm glad that you and I were on the same page. We were on the same page about what you were writing, and you were correct.
No one else in chat. So now there is 2 people in chat that are now going to have their own private. People who don't. Paul's deep, almost immoral affection for FileMaker Pro is. I am very familiar with Paul and FileMaker. Oh my God, we're just forget it. I feel like him and Paul and Rosina could sit down at a bar sometime and happily talk for hours. It feels like you two are simpatico. Yeah.
Did you And Rosina, were you there when it transferred to Claris? When FileMaker was part of ClarisWorks, and that was a whole thing, and then they got bought back. Those were bad times. Those are dark times for the FileMaker community.
I'm living through all again by proxy.
And Roger's annoying Polystraight Fossil newsletters.
Is this a joke I don't get?
Alice in Wonderland, an X-rated musical fantasy?
I mean, there's already American McGee's Alice, which is essentially an X-rated, R-rated version of Alice in Wonderland video game.
Oh.
So.
These are things I don't know.
Well, there you go. Now you do.
Now I do.
Now you do.
Though I will say my search history this week is a little messed up because the video I had out this week was called the what was it? The seven most terrible sexual sins according to the Bible.
Yes, I've seen your video pop up. I haven't had a chance to watch it. Yes,
that's fine. But so like the sins among them, like being gay was the first one.
Okay,
and in the list was incest and masturbation and
I feel like one of those worse than the other.
Right. And prostitution.
Yeah. One of those is actual real legitimate, like, yeah, you probably shouldn't do this.
Adultery was on the list. Anyway.
Yeah, okay. Right, yeah.
So,
yeah,
but if anyone who's watched my videos knows that, that I put up pictures in the background of what people are talking about.
So now I'm curious. So this is, I assume, a ranked list 1 to 7.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that it was ordered. Like it was numbered 1 to 7.
You took the coward's way out.
No, sorry. Order. We were responding to a Christian's list.
Oh, okay. So somebody else created this list. And
someone else created the list, and myself and an actual scholar.
Yeah.
In New Testament
scholar
studies.
In what?
New Testament studies and languages, Greek languages.
Lame.
Yeah.
I want you to get the Marquis de Sade on your show. I want to hear some expert opinion.
But I've got phrases like,
what do you mean? Because it could be.
I've got phrases like Old Testament sex scenes in my search history now.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Google's their algorithm's gonna be
I know, right?
This is what you're into. Yeah.
Why are you looking up so many pictures about incest? Like, why?
Yeah.
What's go? Yeah.
Oh, so you're into shepherd porn.
That's right. That's right. Because I was looking for, like, how do I illustrate Song of Solomon texts? Like, it was like. So. Yeah, it was fun times.
Remember when we used to listen to Art Bell?
Yeah, we should do that.
Already Halloween Midwest, and it's sweeping my direction, so here it comes. Anyway, let me catch my breath, and we'll be right back. All right, let me try and develop this information
Paul,
as
I really hope our channel doesn't get destroyed by the legal team at Coast to Coast, because I have a really, really good Halloween costume lined up for this year.
Oh, all right.
This is my public declaration. The glove is being dropped. Like, I'm upping my game. You remember that costume I did last year?
It was that. Yeah, that was pretty intense.
I'm upping my game. I'm upping. Okay. Paul, this is the old game.
Mm-hmm.
This is the new game. It's up.
I don't even know if I can handle it.
Well, I don't think you can handle it.
We're gonna have to give you the whole. We'll give you the whole box.
I'm not going to talk about it. No, forget it. I never give away something for free, Paul, that the folks will pay. You're going to have to come and see on Halloween what's going on here.
That is good advice from the Joker. If you're good at something,
never do it for free.
That's right.
That legitimately is good advice from the Joker.
Rosina writes, yes, I was there when Apple bought FileMaker and subsequently passed FileMaker to different subsidiaries. Yep. All right.
But what is there? There's too many pronouns, Rosina. Where were you when Apple bought FileMaker and subsequently passed around FileMaker to different
She was in the community. She was in the group. She was
in the group. She was doing stuff.
She was doing stuff. All right. She was, backing up stuff on 3.5-inch floppies.
Concordances for Bible quizzing.
That's what I was doing.
That's what you were doing.
Logically,
I would use FileMaker. FileMaker was pretty awesome, and I wasn't even a big Mac guy, but FileMaker was pretty sweet. It's a million times better than fucking I can't even remember what the Microsoft option is.
Oh yeah, theirs was terrible. Whatever it was,
it still is. It still exists, and it's still terrible.
Yeah. But then I discovered MySQL and other various SQL-based tables and databases. So
SQL.
Yes, I was Joker last Halloween. That's what made me think of that.
Yeah.
As you all know from listening the other night, if you did listen, there was a big stir. An anonymous astronomer from
an anonymer, as it were.
Which is a really fancy kind of... I was trying to make some polymer-related joke. I'm just going to stop. I'm too drunk.
Supplied screen dumps. That's a picture of a screen of an apparent signal that he claimed was coming from EQ Pegasi, the star in the Pegasus constellation, I guess. EQ Pegasi is... Richard Hoagland will in a moment explain to you what the system is. It's a double star system. But we had several days worth of signals that he claimed were coming from the star system, not natural signals. And so my first inclination, since I know somebody in SETI, Seth Shostak, was to call him, and I did, and I got him on the air, and Seth thought it was a hoax. Now, unfortunately, SETI at the moment does not have access to a dish. They just got back from Arecibo, where they were chased out by a hurricane that was threatening very significantly the area. They packed up and got the hell out. Don't blame them. So I asked Seth on the night he was here, if you had a dish, Seth, where would it be? And he said Pegasus, no question about it. But he said, and he gave several reasons why he thought it was so, that it might be a hoax. He was a little circumspect when I pressed him. He said, no, it could be real. I can't rule it out, but it looks like a hoax. Well, tonight...
Is that what you got out of that last interview? I didn't get that out of that last interview. He seemed pretty much on board with... I mean, I guess he was more saying that, yes, he seemed hopeful.
Yes.
I guess is what I was saying.
Inclined to believe.
Yeah, as opposed to, he didn't seem like he was on the show to debunk. But
there is significant new information. I received hours before airtime a message that I am about to read you from a man named K.F. Benton, whose ham call is GU0NHD in, I believe it's Castel Guernsey, United Kingdom, offshore, near Normandy. I received the following message. Listen closely. Hello, Mr. Bell. I was listening to your October 28th show via live, the World Wide Web, as I occasionally do, and I heard the report you did with a fellow from SETI about signals possibly received from the star EQ Pegasi. That's P-E-G-A-S-I. I heard your appeal to other radio amateurs to try and verify the alleged signals. Being that I was equipped to do so, I went to work straight away on this mystery. I normally work stations in the 23 centimeter band around 1296 megahertz. As a matter of fact, we use that frequency, and I can monitor that frequency here. Unfortunately, I don't have an ASL dish. That's my comments. He goes on, I have an ICOM 8500 and a very large dish, 4.5 meters, or about half the size as the one used by that engineer. So I was almost fully equipped to follow up on this potentially earth-shaking discovery. I set the dish to that ascension and declination and set my radio to scan between 1445 and 1455 megahertz. There was noise, but as soon as EQ Pegasi rose around 12:30 Universal Time, it wasn't long before my computer locked the radio on 1453.82 8273. I repeat, 1453.827.
We all know who famously, frequently broadcasted on 1453 megahertz throughout the entirety of the Cold War. It was the Knights Templar. We're just going to go ahead and tick that up right there.
No.
What?
No.
What?
No.
Your ignorance on this topic is shocking. Also, probably chemtrails.
3 due to a carrier pictured as the red dot and began logging the Doppler shifting signal that you can see in the enclosed screenshot GIF. Again, the exact frequency was 14.
Art was pronouncing it GIF. He was on the team GIF, apparently.
He was on Team GIF, which is traditionally how it's pronounced in the Kabbalah. So just gonna tick that. Also, probably Nazis.
53.
I'm doing really good at this game. This is easy.
I don't know if Nazis had animated images, but if they did,
they pronounced it GIF because they were evil. Yeah.
Right.
7-3.
I don't know.
He adds with a significant.
I don't want to know.
Drift. If this drift is due to a satellite, then it really has an unstable oscillator, which just so happens to mimic the Earth's rotation and the rotation of some other.
I feel like this is not plagiarism, but he's rereading. I think, remember he said at the top of the hour I was going to reread the thing.
Yeah.
I think this is the same letter we heard at the start.
Yes.
Do you agree? Yeah.
Known body.
Yes, this is
some differences between my detection.
Sadly, the technical details of this go over my head.
Yes.
Yeah.
Should I scrub forward a little bit?
Yeah, I mean it's fine. There might be people in the chat who do.
Okay.
What the hell is this talking about?
The beam of my dish, and none had the right frequency or the right orbital characteristics to account for the Doppler shift shown in the picture. I had at first thought all of this a hoax, but I decided to see for myself. Now that I've verified the signal.
Paul, we've got Ham Radio Crash Course in the chat.
Oh, that's true.
I feel is picking up as, so what the fuck? We'll just go into another tangent. I always thought that I would actually like ham radio, enjoy amateur radio. I just never got the equipment, never got into it. But I feel like it'd be actually fun. You can talk to people in Poland and shit. Don't look at me like that.
Were you I'm trying to think of, were you big into chat roulette when that was a thing that was popular for like a week?
No, I never I was big in MIRC back when it was still a chat thing. An IRC chat, when you would just, before chat rooms and shit, like you just go, and also as you were, Usenet.
Usenet I loved for sure.
Yeah, which Usenet still very much exists, but it's now mostly a way to pirate shit.
Right. Yeah.
Right. It's mostly binaries now. Chat roulette, no, never got into that. That was after I kind of got distant. It was like I had my fun on the internet talking to random strangers, and then before chat roulette was a thing, and then I skipped off and didn't care anymore. I was playing Doom or Unreal Tournament. Yeah. Did you do the chat roulette at all?
Oh, for like 10 minutes when it was like popular for a week. As I recall, it was just like the world's greatest thing for a week, and then like it disappeared.
Like people talk, I literally don't think I ever used it, but have seen videos, have talked to people who did.
Now, of course, but the thing about me is that talking to strangers has never been my like this. It'll be a good time talking to strangers. So yeah,
I prefer talking to strangers face to face, which is another very real difference between you and me.
Yeah, I would say at least face to face, I can understand why I'm doing it. Perhaps like it's. But
that's the well, you're not an awkward person. Like you can have just a
oh, for sure,
conversation
I
with
absolutely
somebody,
but
right?
it's just not something I necessarily would choose.
It is something I would absolutely choose.
Right? Yeah.
That is the I and would in fact revel in. Because
So,
talking to strangers is one of my favorite things in the world. That's I love it. I love. I am a firm believer in the fact in the old story. There is no such thing as a boring person. If you can get somebody like everybody, there's fascinating things about everybody.
Absolutely, yeah. You just have to be able to get it out of them for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever done the speed dating?
I never have. All
right.
Because of my various crippling social,
You don't have crippling social things.
Yeah. Sure, I don't. I feel like I would enjoy it.
I mean,
really, yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's you have to be the kind of person who doesn't care about rejection,
which I kind of don't. Yeah, but I also like I don't think I would be because I'm pretty fucking amazing, and talking to me is an amazing experience.
It's true. It'd be just I don't know. It just was on 10 banger dates in a row, and all
10 banger dates in a row. Yeah, each one better than the last.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident that contact has indeed been made. I will continue to track this object, whatever it is, and log as much data as possible. 73, that's a ham thing. KF Benton, GU0NHD, Castle, Guernsey, UK, offshore near Normandy. So that kind of rocked my boat, folks, to say the least. It rocked my boat. I picked up the phone and I called Richard C. Hoagland.
We're just gonna take a second to say hello. We're all gonna say hello to Ben Cox.
Hello, Ben Cox. Ben Cox, dictionary.
Long known on this program, an advisor to NASA.
I feel like I hear Bella in the background just going nuts on something.
She wants to go outside, and I'm guessing Shannon has gone to sleep. So
Bella's
just gonna tough it out.
You have to go deal with that?
No, I'm not yet. Well, we'll see. See how persistent she is.
Bronchitis was on TV.
Actually, I probably should. I should probably deal with
that. Spirit. She's gone to sleep. You should probably go deal with that.
All right. So what do you want? Do you want me to keep playing art?
Just pause it. I will interact with chat, Paul.
Okay.
Me and these beautiful people who are here. Anybody who's got a question, now's the time. Paul's not around to stop me. So you can ask anything and I will answer it honestly because I have no filters. Are you sure we haven't started over? Don't know. Isn't this where we began? It's a Pink Floyd reference. Or isn't this where we came in? Shit, no, I can't remember. All right. Who's got a question for Dave? Throw it in chat. Let's go for it. Yes, RP. Those are Homestar Runner figures in the back. We have there's a whole bunch. I'm not going to bring them out. But yes, there is a whole bunch of Homestar Runner figurines in the back. They came in this box that I bought from the Homestar Runner store. Love Homestar Runner. Have you ever used a CB? Yes, I have, Philly. Yes, I absolutely have. Dave, you shaved that thing? I don't know what thing you're referring to, but yes. Yes, I do. Yep. Is it better when we actually listen to art or are the tangents? Well, that's not a question for me, I feel, Candy. That's a question for everybody else. Why is Linux not the superior operating system? Okay. Linux is not the superior operating system because of ease of use and universality. Say what you will about Windows. and there's a lot of things to say about Windows. It is, I feel, the easiest to use for non-technical people. And so it's the most accessible, the most universal. That's really it. It is the most, hey, you're not a computer person. We're going to make an operating system for you to use, which has proven to be the winning strategy for a reason. So there you go. As a person who uses Linux and Mac OS and Windows, that is the thing about Windows. They know what side their bread's buttered on, and it worked out for them. Okay. What do we got? Mr. Super Chat when the stream started. Did we the Ronin? I feel like we did it. I'd have to go way back. I thought we did it, but I might be wrong. If we are, I genuinely apologize. And if we missed it, we will go back and we will try and bring it up beginning of the next stream, but it's long gone from chat now, and I can't bring it up. Okay, what do we got? What's the topic? Good question, Ben. Topic, I don't even know. Technically, it's about an alien signal from another star that turned out to be a hoax. Do you think the fact that last week was the first time you guys played the entire original Art Bell intro complete with all the music might be the reason for legal concerns? Good question, Mark. No. Because Paul and I went through, they copyrighted claimed a bunch of stuff. It wasn't just the music. It wasn't the intro. It was like the total. So I don't want to get into it on stream, but there were issues. So we'll see. But I think the episode that we used last week was part of a compilation that was on YouTube, like a time traveler compilation they had kind of up. So hopefully it was just because that particular episode we happened to do happened to be in a YouTube video that the actual official Coast to Coast channel used. And we're hoping that it isn't going to be a recurring thing. We don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Earlier in the day, for the launch of John McLennan, relaunch of John McLennan.
But he's not back. It's cartoon. Now he is. I don't know what's going on anymore. I'll keep answering questions. What's your opinion on people? This is Sparrow Sissy. What's your opinion on people raising and indoctrinating their daughters to be obedient trad wives? Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm not.
And Richard has
more
information. The
I guess
first
would
astronomer.
Be the quick. People should be free. Indoctrination in general. Not a big fan of it. More certainly on the free thought libertarian. You should be able to choose your own values and life path. I suspect Paul would fall in on that. That's very good, Rogers. If you we're looking for question. Oh, Thomas Pickett, super chat. Ubuntu is now easier than Windows now. Yes, in some ways, yes, in some ways not. Part of it is the fact that Windows is just at this point so universal that everybody just makes things for Windows. So it's often easier if you're using a third-party software package of some kind or go with like Windows just has an installer and it just works. Whereas in Linux or Unix, some flavor of Linux, you're going to have to do a little bit of work. You have to get some libraries. You have to blah, 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 blah. Sometimes it's great and you do it. Sometimes it's not. And it's tough because there's various flavors of Linux. Are you using Red Hat? Are you using Ubuntu? Like, what are you using? Whereas Windows is Windows, you know. So for the average, I will say this, like for a business environment, for corporate environment, there is nothing that compare. Windows really has that market cornered and nobody can touch it. For edge cases, developers, yes, Linux much better. There's a whole bunch of things you can do. The power you have, like, so it depends. It depends who you are, what you're doing. But for average Joe, I'm not a tech person. I want to read my emails. I want to run this application and do this thing, and I don't fucking want to hear the details about how it works or have issues, and somebody just make this work and I can do my job. That's where Windows does their thing. That's Microsoft's bread and butter, and they've done well with it. Okay. Will there be a show with Arts Specialized, Antichrist Fiber? We have done a couple, actually, Candy. We did like a time traveler one. I think we did an Antichrist line. I can't remember. I have to remember. I think we did like an Antichrist call-in line. But yes, Paul and I have actually talked about this. We would like to do more of those. Of some of the special, like, call in if you're the special lines. So hopefully yes, Candy. Hopefully yes. Void. Very good. Boy, there's a lot of questions. Oh, good point, Michael. Yes. Keep it up. Keep it up, chat. You're doing good. Hey, the Rodent's here. Boy. Laughing out loud at various flavors of Linux. Look, okay, Candy, just cut me some slack, okay? Windows is losing 2% market share per year. Yes, you're right, but they have so much market share. And the weird thing, like, when it comes to like a hardcore corporate environment, there really is no competitor for Windows. I love Linux. I use Mac OS. But when it comes to like a domain, a business running, like, there is no competition for Windows. There just isn't. And it's sad, but it's true. An office domain, nobody else is doing that kind of thing. Mac has just completely given up on that sort of avenue. Linux does not have anything to kind of compete with Windows Server. Off we go. What is the new? I don't know. That's a question for Paul. So we're getting way off into a Linux thing. I like the vampire. Yes, I also like the vampire call-in line. I hope we do it. As long as you don't, maybe we don't update. Yeah, I mean, so like I work in IT, but it's like, yeah. I'm not going to get into super technical IT concepts, but yes. Ubuntu can use Active Directory, but they're using Windows Active Directory, and everyone just uses Windows Active Directory. Quarks have flavors. Linux has flavors. Therefore, Linux is ice cream. Good point. Yes, most corporate environments will have Linux back stuff anyways. Yes, you're absolutely right. Mine does. But the desktops, the domain controller, yes, exactly. You will still have Windows Server. You're going to have your user cals. You're going to have all that. Like, you will have a bunch of Microsoft licensing. Microsoft pretty much has a lock on that. And they have it for a reason. All right. Top 3 dream cars. Good question, Nick Hanlon. Let's move out. 1967 Lincoln convertible Continental, McLaren, McLaren F1. Ooh, number 3 dream car. So I am very much I love Lincoln Cadillacs. I love like your boat classic 50s and 60s. I'm not a supercar guy. I'm a big muscle car, not even muscle car, like luxury car guy. Paul is not a car guy at all. But for me, like a Rolls Royce Silver Ghost, something like that would be absolutely like a dream car for me. Yeah. Yep. 1971 Chevelle says 440, very nice. Yep. Yep. I can talk about cars for a long time. DeLorean with a good engine. That's not a DeLorean. It's not a DeLorean, Rogers, if it has a good engine. That's just not what a DeLorean is. You know, I have a friend who's selling a DeLorean. Really good deal, very low mileage, hardly used, only driven from time to time. Little early joke. All right. So Paul's not back yet. Oh, are you back yet, Paul?
Nope.
No.
All right. I think I fixed it.
Okay, because I really need to take a bio break.
Oh, okay. Well, let me get back to. You can hear me, obviously.
So you deal with stuff. Do whatever you want to do. I'm gonna go do what I gotta do.
All right. So I don't know if Dave did super chats. We will see. So, story of what happened to me is that Bella. Let me go to. Is she being there? She is. I wasn't thinking, and I let her out without a leash, which I normally would do late at night, but I was trying to be expeditious. Anyway, she got away, and I had to go chase her. And no, not like she was in the yard, like she couldn't have got anywhere. But I was trying to not have her bark at the neighbors. Anyway, I got too far from my. Oops. Too far from my earbuds, and they unpaired, and then they actually that unconnected all the audio that was on the show. So hopefully you guys could still hear Dave, because it sounds like you probably could, since the chat didn't say it. Anyway, it was a whole schmozzle, and I had to do some rebooting of stuff on my side because apparently the streaming software, once you unpair, is unhappy. So, but the Ronin writes, did she run? No, she went to the corner of our yard where I couldn't fetch her because she knew that I couldn't go fetch her, and started barking at the sky. And it's almost 2 a.m. where I live, and so my neighbors wouldn't be very happy. So anyway, let me know in the chat, did Dave read, actually, if there were any super chats? I don't even see them, so hopefully that didn't happen. Well, or hopefully it did happen and I just missed them, but thank you. Now I'm seeing we have one super chat I can't put up on screen. We have Steve Thomas Pickett, who wrote, where is it? Ubuntu. It says Ubuntu is now easier to use now. Easily using Windows now. And anyway, things are falling apart.
You missed a long conversation, Paul, about Linux versus Windows.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then we got into classic cars.
Very good, very good, very good. Well, there's a little mini explanation of what's happening in your Facebook Messenger at some point. You can read that, but that doesn't matter.
All right.
So
what are we doing now? We carrying on?
Well, now I guess you've had the break, so I don't know. You're probably good. You're good to go. I'm
good to go. I was getting to the point where I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna have to apparently like
just abandon the stream.
Just abandon the chat, yeah.
So yeah, basically, Bella went too far, and I had to fetch her.
I just read your.
So anyway, it was a whole schmozzle. Anyway,
a whole thing.
I should have just let her pee on the floor. Is what I should have done. Just let her.
No, I feel like what we did was probably the best option.
Well, I don't. I'll figure out how to deal with that next time. Anyway, Timothy Harmon, super chat, $5. We are curious about Mark Fernkopf's question.
Well, now I gotta. Okay. I was wondering. Okay, so Mark, where's Mark? Any idea what the new YouTube YouTube icon in the lower right-hand corner indicates? The number keeps changing, and Paulogia live. I don't know who that is. Question mark. Since Dave left whilst I was typing this question.
Well, some things are for me to know and for you guys to figure out.
Yeah, it's one of those like what do they call it? The amplified reality games. It's this is an elaborate game. Paul and I are playing, mostly Paul. I don't know what's going on.
If you guys are able to, make any guesses and figure out what it is, that you can let me know.
You can let know. Put it in the chat.
That's right.
Also, everybody hit like.
Yeah, that does nothing.
The last video,
but please do that. Yep.
Yeah.
And Rosina Keller writes, I use certified Unix with a trademark. Which is,
it's the best kind of Unix.
Certified Unix. That's right.
Not like those fly-by-night Unix guys.
That's right.
You don't want to trust them. Can't trust them, Paul.
Open source, as you say.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm taking it from reading the room with you that you're up for listening to some more art, just to see if
I am up for listening to some more art.
All right, some more art.
Some more art.
Oh, and that's not even connected anymore. All right, fantastic.
One who was anonymous apparently is no longer anonymous. Now, before going to Richard, letting him tell you what he knows, let me tell you what I have done. I have posted this photograph, which is very different than the other one, but confirming the other one, on my website. I now make an appeal to...
So spooky, we kind of are. Honestly, we got this fresh show. Art's reintroduced to all his hot topic. We're starting new on the top of the hour, so
yeah,
boom.
All radio amateurs, anybody with a sufficiently large dish and an azimuth elevation type mount, to take a look at EQ Pegasi, which I'm probably mispronouncing, and a very specific frequency. There'll be some Doppler shift, apparently, but a very specific frequency, again, 1453.8273. Folks, it would appear we're getting a signal for the rest of the story from New Mexico. Here is Richard C. Hoagland. Richard.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning again. I want to be sure people get this because I know...
Apparently you got this figured out the first time.
Yeah.
The Ronin writes, shit, Dave, that shit I just noticed. And followed up by, shirt not shit. Jesus.
I feel like the Lamb of Host has very little to do with this shirt. This is I need to introduce you to this at some point, Paul. There's a thing called Cowboy Bebop.
I've seen your body.
You need yeah, you have. You need to introduce you to this.
Yeah.
But Cowboy Bebop. I need to get you on board with Cowboy Bebop at some point. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Because it's pretty fucking incredible. Anyways,
most of the time when you recommend something to me, you do a good job.
Have I ever steered you wrong?
I feel like there's a few things where it just didn't click with me.
Can you name one?
No, I can't think of them.
Exactly, because they don't exist.
But I feel like you've recommended things to me that I was kind of like, I'm not so sure. But
I don't know.
Maybe not.
I'm trying to think of the last thing last thing I introduced you. I feel like we talked about it before the show. I rewatched it, Midnight Mass. I feel like was the last one that I'm like, Paul, you need to watch this.
No, you've told me things since.
Have
Like,
I? What
yeah,
have I?
like Foundation, for example, or
well, I stand by that one.
I think you made me watch Shogun.
Probably. What did you think?
So like these are all bangers and winners, but I'm saying you've recommended things to me, lots of things to me since. But what was the one? There's the one.
I mean, I guarantee I've recommended.
Yeah, there's a few where I didn't quite. There was one where they're all on a spaceship and I just didn't.
The Expanse?
For it. Yeah, The Expanse. I never. Yeah.
Really? Oh wow.
And
I fucking love The Expanse.
And Farscape, you tried to get me into, and it never really.
It's I feel like Farscape, you got to kind of be in the right mood for. Like it is a thing of its time. It's like classic. It'd be like trying to show somebody, classic V, right? Where it's like,
yeah.
If you showed that to a 15-year-old now,
right,
they'd probably be like, "What the fuck is this garbage?" And you're like, you gotta understand. It's hard. It's hard if you don't.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, there's been a few things where you've never recommended anything to me that I'm like, this is garbage. But there's been a few times where I'm like, I'm not as into this as Dave.
You and I have very similar tastes.
Yeah.
So it's we're generally not going to read each other wrong. Yeah.
Calls are streaking across the country right now. My God, you've got to turn on the radio and listen. So, what have you found out?
Well, first of all,
also I just opened 2 fresh beers. So,
oh, there you go. Well, now we're in. Yeah. I guess I better pour myself another drink.
You better pour yourself another drink because we're here for the long haul.
We'll go to the Enterprise website. Keith has linked to this Hall Canaveral GeoCities site, which is kind of a clearinghouse for the information on.
It's GeoCities. We're coming around. The chat was ahead of.
Okay. It's kind of the clearinghouse. Okay. Yeah. I feel like this is somebody who just doesn't understand.
How many websites of the day banners do you have on the?
Yeah, very few, sadly.
Yeah, remember that was a thing when people were like, "Hey."
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Remember web rings?
I do remember web rings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also putting invisible single GIF things, single pixel GIFs on there to track your.
Yeah.
The only way you could track your hits was.
Yep. Absolutely.
Well.
It was a
time.
It was a time.
It was a time when Farscape was popular.
There was never a time when Farscape was that popular.
All right, there was a time when people were pitching Farscape to me as if I was going to like it.
But I mean, it was like 5 or 6 seasons. Like Farscape went for quite a while.
Lots of people I know, lots of people who liked things that I liked it.
And the thing is, like, there's legitimate just like puppets in it. But it was Henson, I feel like, was one of the companies that was. So it was puppetry, like the aliens are puppets, but it's Jim Henson production. So they're really good puppets, but they're still puppets. So you watch them now and you're like, well, I can tell that's not real.
Right.
Anyways, but the actual story for Farscape is quite good. I still feel like if you gave Farscape a fair shake, you would probably really like it. But it does take a little bit to get into because it is a slow burn story.
I did not know that I didn't know that the Jim Henson company. This is after he passed, of course.
It was after he passed. But it was involved with Farscape.
But you're absolutely right. He was, but this would have been also just before Disney bought them.
Yes. This is before Disney.
In that narrow window there between. Yeah. Yep. Interesting.
And
no.
I feel like it was made in Australia. Like there was Australian companies involved. Like it was a really weird one of those things where that late 90s.
I just realized I'm wrong though. So Disney bought the Muppets before this. Jim Henson Company existed for a period of time, divorced of the Muppets IP. And that's when they were doing things like this. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the engineer and on the press conference that's going to be scheduled for next week on the 4th of November, and a lot of other data, including the gifts that you described before. They're posted on this site. So you just go to your site, Art Bell, you go to our site, enterprisemission.com, and the first item is basically the link to this clearinghouse site.
Yeah. Yes, Roger. Yeah. That's why I corrected myself. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Henson absolutely was alive when Disney
this is just. I mean, I feel like we just buy them on Sci-Fi Con. We're just gonna.
Where all the latest data is being posted.
Our base natures, Paul.
Well, we put together a pitch meeting.
Yeah. All right. I have a PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm.
And on this site, there is an interview.
There with you. I don't, because Mac is for losers.
Yes, famously.
I don't know PowerPoint either. So this is actually going to be a very sad presentation. It's going to be like a literal whiteboard.
Well, you know what you should do, Dave? You should just plagiarize one.
Oh, step 3, profit.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can Google,
if anyone likes Henson
puppets. Pitch deck. Pitch deck for PowerPoint.
The Dark Crystal television show they did, last year, 2 years ago?
It was longer ago than that, but yes, I did.
Longer ago, whatever.
Yeah.
I watched like 3 episodes and was like, nah, I'm done with this.
It got better.
Did it? Okay, maybe I need to go back and like watch the whole
Also, it got better once I figured out that Mark Hamill was doing some of the voices. Then I was like, oh.
Because like the first, I watched like the I
it's
think
not
I
great.
was just, like
it never gets great, but it gets better.
It's probably better than Willow.
Oh yeah, Willow I didn't even watch to the end, so
I have that saved on my computer.
Do you? Because I can't watch it now on streaming.
Nope. So I have it. I have the entirety of the Willow series. Holy, because that it's train wreck bad. I watched the whole thing. I watched every episode of that show. Just being like, no. I couldn't stop watching. It was so bad. So bad. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you giving season 2 of Rings of Power a chance?
I haven't yet. Maybe I will. I should get over my I fully acknowledge part of the problem. I hated Rings of Power.
So did I. I didn't
part of that is part of that is the Tolkien purist in me. That I'm like, this doesn't make any sense with the lore, because I've read all of it, the Silmarillion, whatever, the 30 volumes of the Lost Tale. I've read all of it, and I'm like, okay, I need to be less maybe this is just a good show on its own merits. But I tried watching. I'm like, this is a bad show. This is just bad writing. It's a bad show. There's a number of just straight up problems with this. So I kind of I watched all of it and nope. And I even watched it twice because I went back and I'm
okay.
You know what? Maybe I really legitimately tried. Okay, I'm going to try going into this. Lord of the Rings doesn't exist if you just watch this as a show on its own merits. And it's no, this is still fucking shit. This is garbage. Just lazy writing. None of this makes sense. People would not do the things these people are doing. It's just horrible. So I have not watched any of season 2. But you know what? Season 1 of The Next Generation, Star Trek Next Generation, was pretty famously terrible. So maybe Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power will hit its stride. I've good. Maybe I need to.
Despite YT in the chat here, I've heard some people say that they're not calling it good, but they're saying it's better. Season 2 is better.
So I'm willing to you know what? I'm willing to divorce this from the lore of Lord of the Rings and just be I'm willing to watch this as a thing on its own. If it's internally makes sense, is logically consistent within its own logic within its show, I'm willing to give it a chance. We'll see. We'll see.
All right. Back to the radio.
Engineer. He's not an astronomer. He's an amateur astronomer who is apparently bootlegging a 30-foot dish at the company where he works.
Right.
Bootlegging is another word for what's our sponsor say?
Plagiarism.
Plagiarism. Yeah, bootleg. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Use promo code Toast TOST number 2 TOST.
His name is Paul Dorey, or Paul Dore, D-O-R-E. And he has a very excellent resume, which is also posted on this site. It goes on for several pages.
What till this moment?
Are we just re-listening to?
Maybe, but it's further in the file. But this is the file you gave me. Do you think is this like word for word?
I really strongly feel like it is.
Let me jump ahead.
Full disclosure, I didn't listen.
There's exciting, and then there's really exciting, and then there's almost breathless, and this is at the almost breathless stage. Good morning, everybody. We'll quickly summarize, and then we'll leave this alone for a while, but it's too big not to explore entirely.
This part's new. This is new, whatever this is.
This is new.
So he may have, because I
think Art just replayed the Richard Hoagland.
Because Art said this was so big, I might play it again at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
So I think, that's probably what happened.
If you want to see the photographs, now the separate confirming photographs of the signal from the Pegasus system. Maybe. They're on my website right now. From a radio amateur near Normandy, confirming what is now no longer an anonymous engineer's photographs of a signal.
Or is this a repeat too?
I'm very drunk.
From the same area. And I'll confirm this with Richard in a moment, but he said confirmation in Germany now as well. And apparently an awful lot of interest going on at Harvard. So as a talk show host, if I were I'm a talk show host, not a journalist, but if I were a journalist, my nose would be really sniffing this one hard, and so should yours. If you want to read about it, go to my site, www.artbell.com, and all I can say is check it out for yourself. One more thing. Any hams across this continent, Canada, America, wherever my voice is heard, if you've got an ASL dish and you can monitor this frequency, 1453.8273, by all means, get on it. If you get it, send me email immediately.
So the takeaway, Paul, I don't know how far we want to go down this rabbit trail, but the takeaway is that Art Bell is all on board. There is an clearly artificially produced observable signal coming from this particular star. Set your dish to this. You can hear it. You can measure it. Experts that Art Bell trusts have told him, yep, this all checks out. Listen to it. Anybody on Earth can set their radio receiver to these coordinates, this frequency. You can hear this signal. That's the takeaway from this episode of Art Bell.
All right. I feel like I'm going to jump ahead trying to get, because I'm pretty sure there's callers at the end, so I'm just going to try and get to callers.
Callers. Yeah.
Ben, though, what year was this broadcast? This was October 30th, 1998.
Yes. Ghost to Ghost. This preempted Ghost to Ghost, which was a big deal.
It was.
Big deal. Yeah.
The Planetary Society.
And then you got information that Harvard is looking on the air. He still, I'm convinced, thinks that this is probably a hoax, but I want to talk to him anyway. Seth, are you there?
Definitely here, Art.
All right, you did make it into my website, right?
I did, actually, and I thank those that may have made that possible by temporarily logging off.
All right, so an awful lot has happened. I mean, we got this first unidentified, anonymous a group of screen dumps, and I remember you're saying, well, it's anonymous. You know, that's a tip-off right there. Well, now, Seth, it's no longer anonymous. We know who has been providing this. Paul Dorr, his name is, and his complete resume is now up there on the website, and he's got a planned press conference for Tuesday, and that he's got confirmation from Germany. What site was that?
I think he's speaking of the Effelsberg radio telescope that's in the mountains or kind of big hills, actually, near Bonn, Germany. Actually, it's a large instrument. I've used it, actually.
It's how big?
Well, it's 100 meters, so a little more than 300 feet across.
Really big.
Really big.
The frequency is specific this time, 1453.8273. With the Doppler shift. I assume you were able to read the text of this latest message from the gentleman near Normandy.
I was able to read that. I have that here, yes.
As you read through that, is there anything that hits you the wrong way?
Well, there's nothing that hits me the wrong way. I don't see anything here that, looks suspicious. I kind of was trying to think of...
Oh.
I thought you were going to say something.
No. Do you have something to say?
Nope. I was literally pausing for you.
A little more.
Why it is that I think that this is not going to turn out to be our first contact with ET, much though that would be, job security for me. But
it certainly would.
Yeah. No, but I don't think so. But it isn't so much because of what Mr. Benton here from Guernsey is saying. There are a few things. One thing is that he has a pretty small dish. Now, depending on where I read about him, it's either 1.5 or 4.5 meters.
Well, I have the original.
Come on, we all know it's not the size of the dish; it's how you use it. Come on,
Paul. Is that what they tell you?
That's what the people at SETI told me. Were they just placating me? Oh no.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
It's okay if you have a small dish. Sure.
Yeah, you're using it really, really, really good. So, you want to go bowling next week or nah? I'm busy.
Nah. Also,
I'm actually shipping out on the Merchant Marines, so I'm going to be real busy for like the next 8 months. Yeah.
Also, this now seems to me like maybe this was just a way for Paul Dorr to post his resume everywhere.
I mean, maybe. Yeah.
He mentioned several times that his resume is up there. I'm like, why do we need his resume? Is he looking for? He's looking for work.
This is before LinkedIn existed, so
That's right. Yeah, it's hard to get your name out there.
Hard to get your name out there. You want to get that name recognition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Email is a misprint. It is 4.5 meters.
It is 4.5. Okay, well, now at 1453 megahertz.
I mean, your 4-meter dish is cool and all, but mine's like 300 feet.
Yeah. So I guess what was that 4.5 meters? No, that's cool.
I don't know why we're messing around with this half. Yeah. Ours is 100 meters. So
yeah. So anyways, yeah.
Which is where he's tuning on the dial to hear this putative ET. That means that the beam, that is the area of sky that he's sensitive to, is roughly 3 degrees across. Now, imagine a circle on the sky about 3 degrees, and for those who can't quite picture what 3 degrees means, it's something like 35 or 36 full moons packed together there on the sky. Now, that's a pretty big chunk of sky.
Yes, it is.
When we were looking at the EQ PEG about 4 weeks ago with the Arecibo telescope, and by the way, we didn't find this signal, we found interference. We had a beam there because our telescope was so much bigger. That's only about 3 arc minutes on the sky. So that's about 1/100th the size of the full moon, not 35 full moons. So that's a difference of 300,000.
Yeah, very narrow.
Extremely narrow, and that means if you find a signal, you can say it's coming from that star. So point one, and this is maybe not such a critical point, but point one is to speak as if this signal is known to be coming from EQ PEG. Even if there really were a signal, is wrong because it's got this huge uncertainty, this big blobby beam on the sky, and you can't be sure where the signal's coming from.
The only thing he did say in the email is that when EQPEG cleared the horizon, there it was.
Right. Well, okay. And he does say that. He says shortly thereafter, whatever that means. He also said, and that's okay. I mean,
so Paul.
Yes, Dave.
I've had 6 beers.
Yep.
And maybe 8 ounces of Scotch tonight. Mm-hmm. I do not remember who is this person that we're talking to currently. Do you remember? Can you fill me in?
This is hold on.
Yeah.
I had it.
Maybe is there somebody sober in chat?
No, because this is the second expert. So they had on Hoagland.
Yeah. They had Hoagland, who,
and if I feel like this guy's name is Seth,
but like who
Sheb.
Who is he? What are his?
Oh, I don't know.
Like, because not to display bias, but I feel like okay, so we had Hoagland. Now we have somebody who's like an actual
right. It seems like this is someone who knows,
someone who's an actual expert in this field.
EQ.
Yeah.
Peg.
Meg gets it. It's I know it's actual scientist, but I'm like, who's
Seth? I feel like Seth,
he's like
Seth Showstack, right?
He's like a person at something, right? Like
who
he's
worked,
a thing or a thing.
He's a former SETI employee.
SETI employee and is like an actual astrophysicist or something.
Yeah,
like he has
so
degree.
Yes, he actually worked for SETI. So yeah, I'm reading the episode summary. So Hoagland came on initially to pump it up.
Yeah.
And Seth Showstack came on to say, no, this is shit.
Hoagland's the frequent, like, he's on Art Bell all the time. He's the guy that Art Bell calls. He's like, well, here's some of space. But Hoagland, as I've said, has no post-secondary education whatsoever. He's just the guy. He has his, whatever. Hoagland's who he is. Now we're getting like, okay, so let's talk to an actual academic.
Yeah.
And the academic's like, okay, so here's all the problems with this.
Right.
And yeah, probably.
This is kind of like when we had seriologists Josh and Megan on with us.
Yes.
To talk about the guy with his aliens in the Bible.
Fuck, why can't I remember his name? He's also very famous. I actually own some of his books. Just to
not aliens in the Bible, but it was 12th planet.
Yeah, Nibiru, the 12th planet, but it's all Dead Sea Scrolls stuff.
And and
is, like, they knew of him. He's a known person. Shit, why can't I remember his name? And he's terrible to listen to. He's a horrible interview.
But it was like when we we way over brought expertise when we had Josh and Megan on to deal
Sitchin.
with
Zachariah Sitchin. Yes. Good job, Sparrow. I'm glad somebody here that's paying attention.
So this is similar to
I enjoyed that though.
That was fun.
Yeah.
And they enjoyed it because they don't often get to flex. There's not a lot of times when your seriology totally destroys someone's world.
I feel like having just like sitting down with a conversation with Josh. Have you ever met him in person?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like I would very much enjoy that, and we would have a
you absolutely would. Josh is engaging and dreamy, so
yeah, and I feel like just finding a good. There's a whole bunch of people that are like in your circle that I'm like, I feel like I would really have a good time just sitting down with this person. And I feel like it's your fault that this hasn't happened. Just gonna 100% throw this on you. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't, have any reason to doubt that he picked up a signal. I think maybe a point worth mentioning here is anybody who's in the SETI business knows that when you're tuning around the microwave part of the dial, which is where all this action is taking place, you get signals all the time. When we were at Arecibo, every 20 megahertz worth of bandwidth that we were looking at, which is kind of the chunk of the radio dial that we look at once, had hundreds of signals in it, okay? And that's because everybody and his cousin wants a chunk of the radio spectrum to use for telecommunications, for, connecting cellular phones with satellites and so forth. I mean, they're just eating up the microwave band like crazy. So there are signals everywhere. So picking up a signal in the microwave band is unfortunately all too easy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's also radars and stuff like that. There's a lot of action up there.
If you heard, Seth, that the dish in Germany was confirming, as is said up there, what Paul Dorr and what now this other amateur near Normandy have confirmed, would you then begin to warm up a little bit if that was true?
Oh, you bet, Art. I mean, listen, as I say, I'm not trying to be intransigent, but I'm just looking at the evidence. And if you had some of the staff astronomers there at Effelsberg and they said, this is an extraterrestrial source, this is not terrestrial interference, you bet. I would pay strong attention to that. But let's see, one other thing that struck me in Mr. Benton's letter there from Guernsey,
right?
He says here at some point that the signal was at 1453 point such and such with a significant drift.
Yes.
If this drift is due to a satellite, it has a really unstable oscillator which just so happens to mimic the Earth's rotation and the rotation of some other unknown body.
Right.
Well, that sentence doesn't make too much. Well, it's not logical, Captain, as Mr. Spock would say. That doesn't make too much sense because he doesn't know what the rotation of the other unknown body is. And I doubt that Mr. Guernsey has enough resolution in his receiver. In other words, that he has, fine enough tuning, if you will,
right,
to be able to see the Doppler shift of our own Earth, which is rather small. It's like less than 1 hertz per second. And, that means you have to have filters there that are down around 1 hertz in width, and very few amateurs will have anything like that. As
he does say the signal is much weaker, which, of course, on a 4.5 meter dish it would be.
Yeah, well, the other fellow had a 10-meter dish, so that's a factor of 4, and that's 6 dB down. But that 6 dB is not so much. The other
3 dB is half power, right?
Yeah, 3 dB is a factor 2, but remember his dish is half the size, so that's 1/4 the area. So it's 6 dB down. Okay, well, I'm sure most folks don't care too much about that, but it's a fact that the signal got much weaker here. This signal, according to what the guy says, and he doesn't give any numbers, but according to what he says, his signal was much weaker, and it shouldn't be much weaker. It should have been a factor of 4 weaker. It's also at a different frequency.
Did you see his screen print?
I did, yeah. It looks like a signal, but that per se, of course, I don't think that is very...
So this is Art wants to believe, and Art legitimate. So Art, for people who don't know, was he was very knowledgeable about, he knew what he was talking about when it came to radio. Like all this stuff we're talking about tonight, he was big into it. But just so the SETI, I don't think SETI is so much of a big deal anymore, but it was a big deal in the 80s and 90s.
Yep.
Search for extraterrestrial intelligence, for people to know, SETI. And it was legitimate scientists listening, and we get into the whole, if there are intelligent species out in space, we should be able to hear them. There should be radio signals. There should be intelligible signals from previous civilizations in space that we should be able to hear based purely on statistics. Like there's been this many stars, there's been around for this long. On any kind of statistical analysis, given the number of stars in the galaxy and blah, 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 there should be life, intelligent life that has existed long enough that we should be able to hear some kind of radio noise, some kind of artificial signal. And this gets into the Fermi paradox and the dark forest and all kinds of things. And I don't know if we want to get into that, Paul, but whatever. The long story short, there's been a concentrated effort for 40, 50 years on Earth to listen to the heavens for some kind of organized, intelligent radio signal. We don't have to understand the language. We don't have to understand the math or whatever. You can differentiate between the random noise of natural radio signals and some kind of intelligent machine-based artificial radio signal. We're listening. We've been listening for decades. We're still listening now. The idea is that if there's something out in the heavens, we should be able to hear it. That's what SETI is.
Yep.
SETI is listening to all these radio frequencies. And if somewhere, some in the galaxy, really we're talking about our galaxy, other galaxies are too far away. If there is some kind of intelligent life producing artificial electromagnetic energy in the last 100,000 years, we should be able to hear it. And there are a lot of legitimate, very legitimate scientists listening to the heavens, trying to hear this. And it's been a thing for decades. That's what this person is currently talking to. And he's like, here's all of the false signals. And there's so many.
Right.
Signals from Earth reflecting back for various reasons. All these things where it's like they've had to deal with this, where it's like, yeah, you think you got this thing that's real, but then you find out, no, it's not real. It's not intelligent life. It's this very explainable phenomenon that's like, no, this is either a radio from Sheboygan, Michigan that has bounced off the moon and come back, or whatever, like things like that, which happen, right? Or the ionosphere or whatever, right? Where it's like, or some kind of explainable natural phenomenon that's creating this mathematical repeating pattern. That's why so we're listening for this, but yeah. And because these are real scientists that have to, report things in real journals and real peer review,
Mm-hmm.
you can't just say, oh, I heard ... this is aliens. It's like, nah, there's a lot of very natural reasons that we can explain this. And so now art, to kind of cut through the noise,
right?
Art is now running into this where the person's like, yeah, I've looked at these results and there's nothing about this that actually suggests intelligent extraterrestrial signal. But gosh, Art wants to believe. Richard Hoagland
wants to believe. But this, as people in the chat are noticing, this actual takedown being so harsh is also delicious. So
yes, that if you know what you're talking about, this guy is pretty much just being like, yeah, no,
and even though, so even though Art may be feeling had, this is actually like he's also probably also thinking, oh, I love conflict and I love so this is clearly.
This is essentially a Kent Hovind or whatever, somebody who's like, well, here's my evidence for why dinosaurs still exist, and any kind of like actual biologist or paleontologist who's like, yeah, no, because all of these things you're saying, none of this checks out. Like, this is all nonsense. Yeah.
So
Scotty, this is what we're having in radio frequency. Yeah.
Scotty, we this is more once again evidence that as if you needed it. Dave and I try not to preview the episodes, so we
don't. Yeah.
We definitely could have jumped over the second hour repeating, and to have known that we could have maybe straight up started with the debunking might have been fun too, but we'll keep going.
I feel like you gotta get a little
you did. Yeah. So Dave, there's only actually 11 minutes left.
Well, shit, Paul. We can do that.
So let's get at her.
Let's do it.
Strong evidence for ET because I can get signals by tuning any receiver on Earth. I can get signals.
Can you get signals that would come and go the way he described? 5 times he said he moved the dish off point.
Well, I think that's what convinced him that this was ET trying to call us, because he did what we do, what every radio astronomer who tries to do this experiment does, namely you point in the direction of the star system you're interested in. If you find a signal, then you move the telescope so that it's pointed away and see if the signal goes away. And if it does, then you move it back on the star system, see if it comes back, and so forth. And you do this a couple times, and then you begin to get, your blood pressure begins to rise.
Seth, is there anybody you can call?
Well, let me lay out why. Well, I don't know if you want me to. I'm going to lay out again why I think that this is probably a red herring.
All right.
Here it is. This is the way I see it. Now, first off, you've already mentioned that the first guy calls in, he's anonymous.
Right.
And say that raises a red flag with me, because if somebody calls me up from Peoria and says, I got a cure for cancer, but I can't tell you my name and can't tell you how to get hold of me, you're not going to give that a lot of credibility.
But he's not anonymous anymore.
He's not anymore. That's true, but it took him a week. According to the SETI League, he started doing this a week ago. I must say I didn't know that, but that's what I'm told by Paul Shuck.
Well, even you told me that there were some posts within some SETI sites by this source.
Exactly, but they were all anonymous.
Anonymous. But now we know everything about this man, and he does seem to have
including his resume if you were looking to hire.
Yeah.
Apparently a legitimate background.
Well, what I've read on the net, or on the web, he has a technical background, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But, that raised the red flag. He hacked into a SETI League internet group. Somebody who does that. I mean, if you make the scientific discovery of the millennium, is that what you'd think of doing? I think I'll hack into this internet group over here and post this stuff anonymously.
Well, yeah, but what you might do is you might not go to a SETI site at all. You would, if you really wanted to distribute this, you'd make a posting on some giant mail list somewhere and get it going that way. I mean, putting it in a SETI site is trying to keep it confined to people who can verify what you're trying to say.
Exactly. Now, then he can.
No, an actual professional would want to peer review it. No, I'm gonna put on. That's the other thing. Art's his biggest way he can imagine in 1998 to blow it up is to post it to a mailing list.
Yes. Yeah.
That's how we blow things up now.
That's how we blow things up. Yeah.
Find that is.
No, now in 2024, we post things on Truth Social. That's how we get the word out.
SETI League wasn't interested in verifying what he wanted, but that was also more than a little.
What? Can you think of a website bigger than Truth Social? I can't.
I can't think of a single one, Paul.
No.
Suspicious because
not one that has more truth on it.
It's right in the name.
They couldn't get back to him because he wouldn't give them.
Anonymous, yeah.
Exactly. All right. Then next thing he does is he puts a plot on this site, a GIF file, or is it a GIF file?
I always call it a GIF file, but it's really GIF. I'm always corrected about it.
Okay. Well.
No, wrong. Art, you're wrong. GIF for graphic interchange format. It's not Jaffic interchange format.
I'll stand corrected. I'll sit corrected here. It puts out a GIF file, but on it, that particular plot doesn't have the characteristics of what's called a drift scan. We discussed this the other night, that the signal should go up and then come back down as, the star drifts through the telescope's beam. Okay. And Chip Cohen, a fellow at Boston University who's very, very knowledgeable about SETI, pointed this out on the SETI League's group site. And suddenly another GIF is posted where it does go up and down.
Right.
But then it's pointed out, well, yes, but the Doppler shifts are the wrong way. And suddenly a third GIF is put up there with the right Doppler shifts. Now, if you look on that GeoCities site where you see the original plots, there's one for October 22nd and one for...
I love that there's a scientist talking to the nation and he has to reference GeoCities sites.
Yeah. It was the 90s, Paul.
I love it. So if I'm following correctly, Dave, and it's possible that I'm not, he's saying that the anonymous person, Paul, whatever his name is, Dory,
famous relation to
Michael Dorn,
who betrayed Warp on Acceleration.
He posts one screenshot and people like, oh, well, this doesn't look right because of XYZ. And then suddenly another picture shows up with the XYZ corrected.
Yeah. And they're like, Yeah, but that's still wrong because of K.
Right.
And he's like, oh, but here's this other one that also has K.
Right.
Yeah.
So so you and I are hearing it the same. That's the story was, he keeps self-correcting the picture. It's like if you really poorly Photoshop something, you say, no, this is really Photoshop because they have 2 hands or 3 hands, and then they fix it. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't need to do more examples. Everyone understands.
Everyone knows what's going on here. Yeah. As I said at the start of this show, spoiler alert, you may not have heard in your school history textbooks about 1998, the year we made contact with
I thought this was I literally thought this was what's that? It's Ephraim Cochrane. I thought this was the whole first contact day, no?
Yep, Ephraim Cochrane, that's right. Absolutely. The Vulcans are showing up.
Timothy Harmon writes, I'm going to post my next significant scientific discovery in a super chat to this podcast. Stay tuned.
Shit. I'm excited. Timothy, please tell me, what was your previous scientific discovery?
That's right. You don't even need to super chat it. We'll just put it in the chat. We will
just put it in the chat. You don't have to pay $1, but we would appreciate if you do pay $1. And also let us know. Yeah, we'll read it. What was your previous scientific discovery?
I'm sorry.
Onus is on you. Oh my goodness. Fax is coming in left and right.
4-digit file extension since 1994 .grif or GTFO. Get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out. I don't know what GRF is.
I don't actually.
I'm pretty drunk.
October 23, and I encourage all of your listeners to go check that out. And if they just look a little bit carefully, they'll see that they're both the same plot, just shifted vertically by, 30 or 50 pixels. That's not how you can see that, just right on your screen. That's not hard to see.
Mr. Benton's, though, is the 29th.
Yeah, okay. Now, that Mr. Benton's is another story, but, this is the first guy. And now he claims, at least I've heard it said, that I think Richard Hoagland said that was just another error. He was in tremendous hurry to get these GIFs up there.
Very excited,
and he accidentally put the same one up twice, although he did manage to shift it 30 or 50 pixels, which I find is kind of interesting. So the point is that every time that someone pointed out something wrong with these GIF files,
he seemed to change it.
He changed it. And you got to say that's something interesting. The next point is, what an incredible coincidence that he's claiming this is EQ Pegasus, because that was the source where Jill Tarter and I found a very interesting, interesting for 10 minutes, source of interference, but it was only interference. We looked at EQ Peg, actually with Arecibo, which has, it's about 1,000 times the sensitivity of this fellow's system, probably more than that, actually.
Which,
and we didn't see anything.
Arecibo is the dish that collapsed.
Oh, okay.
That was the one in Central America that basically fell apart. What, 2 years ago, something like that? Well, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I don't actually, but that sounds interesting.
It was like the ending of Goldeneye. It's been in a bunch of movies. Like, it was the big dish.
Okay, yes.
It was like in the earth and went. Yep. So like it literally fell. The middle part like fell and smashed the dish, and it was the kind of thing where it was like, well, it's not worth the money to fix it. So they just it's just gone now.
Oh,
that's Arecibo. Yeah. But so that was the famous, as I was talking about, arrays versus like single dish.
Sure, yeah.
Right. Because it was built into the earth. It was like a single thing. We had the cables going, and then some of the cables broke, and it felt like, and it was a thing like it is shut down because people were like, wow, this really needs to get fixed. It's kind of going. People are like, well, should we fix it? Should we not fix it? We don't know. And then some of the cables broke, and the middle thing fell and smashed a bunch of the dish. And I was like, well, that kind of does that.
Now it's not worth it, right?
Yeah,
gotcha.
And it was in like, it was Panama, Costa Rica. It was somewhere close to the equator. I can't. Now I feel ignorant. I can't remember what.
Well, I didn't even know about it. So you're not ignorant.
That's Arecibo.
Okay.
The giant dish, and I believe before its destruction, it was the single largest radio telescope in the world, like single dish, because it was, But arrays, again, had kind of like supplanted it, where it's like, well, it turns out you can just do a whole bunch of cheap little dishes, and it's actually better than this single giant. Anyways, that's Arecibo. Moving on.
Signal at any of the frequencies he claimed.
Is it not possible, though, that signal, certainly it's possible.
One last clickety-click fix.
Click, 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 click.
We have 4 minutes left. Hopefully we just can plow through it.
So we're really like halfway through a normal Toast to Toast episode, Paul.
We actually, well, given that we skipped most of the middle section because of the duplication.
There you go, Michael. Puerto Rico. It was in Puerto Rico.
They interrupted at the source for some period of time and then reappear.
Always possible. Can't deny that. That's possible. But the point was that we picked up a signal that, as I say, for 10 minutes looked interesting, and then it was, clearly identified as just another bit of interference, which, as I say, we get all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then this guy, 4 weeks later, now claims that he's got a signal from the very same direction. And that's a bit as if, a prospector in the Old West, looking for gold, comes across some mountain, and my God, he thinks he's found the mother lode.
Right.
Right? And he goes up to the mountain, he marks it on his map, this is it. But then, he gets out his magnifying glass or his equipment, whatever, and he looks it over, and it turns out it's all pyrite. It's all fool's gold. It's gold. It's not worth anything, okay? 4 weeks later, some underminer says, I found the mother lode, and guess what? It's right on that mountain, right where that guy claimed to find all the pyrite.
That's right.
So that's a little bit suspicious in the whole sky. He takes a place.
It is. And the other night when you said all this, I accepted it. I really did accept it. And I shut my mouth about it and I just waited.
Right.
But now comes piling in all this other information, another source, then another source, a claim from Germany. Then the guy goes public with his name and his background. They say they're going to have this press conference on Tuesday. Isn't there somebody you can call?
Well, you can be sure that I think that there are people that.
So what's funny, Paul? You and I were talking before this stream.
Yes.
And I talked about how I had rewatched Midnight Mass.
Indeed.
One of my favorite shows.
It's excellent.
Movies, miniseries.
On Netflix, I believe. Yep.
Netflix. It's on Netflix. I think it is a masterpiece. But so much of Midnight Mass is about how you describe it. Groupthink. The buying in with going along with the group with this is the thing we have to cult mentality. Really, it's I don't know how to describe it, but you know what I'm talking about. You've seen Midnight Mass, right? Like the idea that want to believe this, so I will in my own head fill in the gaps between A and C. I'll insert B.
Oh, yes. Oh, I see where you're going now. Okay.
Yeah. That
right, because I have currently held belief A.
Yeah.
I am now receiving fact C.
Yeah.
Fact C doesn't fit naturally, so I create B so that this completely aligns with my existing belief. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes. And Midnight Mass,
or by being vague, you can just I'm going to infer how this obviously naturally connects to.
Now, Midnight Mass specifically is characters in that show often will use a verse from the Bible to justify their horrible behavior.
Yep.
Even within the context of the Bible, where it's well, if you read that whole chapter or book, it's you're very clearly taking this particular verse out of context.
Right.
But if you take
let's be clear, this has never happened before. No one has ever used the Bible in this way before. This is entirely unique.
Which is entirely the point of Midnight Mass.
Yeah.
But this feels like this is what Art is doing. Art wants to believe this.
Right.
And so he is Iron Manning. Was that the word? Whatever.
Steel Manning.
Steelmanning, right? Like he's kind of like, well, but this and this and this is all this, and this the other guy's like, yeah, dude, like it just isn't.
Yeah,
It's interference. It's this like
she's
this isn't.
she's just not that into you, buddy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
this is the thing. This is the thing. You know, like I'm sorry, man. I wish it was, but it just ain't. It just ain't that thing. You know. Anyways, Midnight Mass is fantastic, and it's just a good analysis of cult mentality, religion mentality, groupthink. Like everyone should watch Midnight Mass. That's all.
I remember when it first came out, and of course it was Netflix, so it dumps all at once, so it didn't actually build over it. But this was over the course of just a couple of days, where there was a bunch of people who were religious, who were very enthusiastic for like the first couple episodes.
Yes,
and then it's kind of like The Boys right now, where people wait. We're on season 4, and I'm now discovering that this is making fun of right-wing people.
Well,
it's like,
you know,
no,
but
you should have known sooner.
Like, I do not think Midnight Mass is a condemnation of religion in general.
No, I would agree. I think it's an example of how when evil people.
Yes, that it's an example of like how evil people can use this for their.
Yes, I would agree with that. It was more the thing that people thought, hey, this is a very affirming show about Catholics, and then maybe
not.
It's not.
And kind of, you know, and there's a whole lot of stuff going in. You and I could talk for an hour about Midnight Mass and the it's a masterclass. It's, I think, whatever. I'm not gonna go off and do it.
Save it for writing wise sci-fi con pitch.
Like it's so good. The dialogue, the characters, it's so good. It's if you have any interest in writing, in literature, you can't do worse than Midnight Mass. It's fantastic. It's such a good show. Hey, Art Bell doing stuff.
Well,
anyway,
I feel the best.
Art Bell he wants. It's interesting. Like we have the benefit, Paul, you and I, 30 years in the future of looking back on this.
Mm-hmm.
And we can be, you know, smug and whatever, but like Art wants to believe this. He wants to believe there is intelligent life out there, that we are not alone, that there's something going on in the galaxy, some other intelligent life, and he is willing to give the benefit of the doubt to cut. And I feel like there is a moral, a life lesson, you know, like it's how con men make money. People want to believe that people are willing to sell a diamond for 1/10 of its value.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's human nature. It's the old story that Art wants so badly for there to be proof of intelligent life somewhere else in space that he is willing to go, and an actual expert is like, yeah, so
well, let's hear the expert, Dave. We're almost to the end, and we're almost getting up to the 4 hours, so let's
people look at are probably the guys. I don't want to speak for them, but the guys at Harvard that you've already mentioned, the Project Beta guys might be able to tune up to 1453. They surely can.
I mean, there you are. Now listen to me. I'm telling you the truth. I got email separate from Hoagland that said that Harvard was in fact looking at that system right now.
Very well be, yeah.
And then Hoagland got separate emails saying, yes, it's true. They've begun to shut down their 10-minute reports. The whole site is down, and they're looking at Pegasus. So, you know, it's an awful lot of data points here.
Well, they are, but they all, to me, point the same way. There's one other datum I might mention here. Paul Schuck's SETI League, which was the organization whose internet group was given all these GIF files kind of anonymously.
Right.
They had more than 60 fellows with their dishes go look, all right, for that original signal, and they didn't find it. None of them.
Okay.
So that's another datum point there.
It is. But if there's any way possible that you can encourage anybody to look, I mean, there's enough here that I sure would like to see this confirmed or knocked down.
She's not into you, man. She's just not into you.
Yeah. A bunch of people have, Mark.
It's getting embarrassing now.
They looked
right. Well, I think everybody feels that way.
Let me put it this way to you. If you right this very moment had access to a good size reflector, wouldn't you be pointed over there?
Well, I'm on the show here, Art, so I suppose I would be. Yes, that's right. Let me point out something that may not be too obvious to listeners. You got to be a little careful. You know, separating out the wheat from the chaff here is tough business because of this enormous interference that we suffer here on Earth. You know, what you really want to do is move this whole operation to the far side of the moon. If somebody's willing to write a check so that we can do that, that would be wonderful.
Well, it's this kind of news that'll get the pens going, I think.
I was talking about at the start, remember, Paul, the idea of a radio telescope beyond, where it's like outside of the radio sphere of Earth. But yes, he's not wrong, right? It was like we get bounce back, we get all kinds of interference. You know, hey, Art, I'm trying to tell you nicely.
That's right.
Take this with a big fucking grain of salt, because for somebody who does this professionally, we hear this kind of shit all the time, and usually it's just a rerun of Howdy Doody that's bouncing back from Saturn or whatever. Yeah.
But we've been fooled in the past by signals that look good in the sense that you're pointing at a given star, you pick up the signal, and then you move the telescope off, pointing it somewhere else, and the signal goes away. And then you move it back, and the signal comes back, and you move it away, and it goes away, just like this fellow in Guernsey experienced. But in fact, that can happen even though the signal's coming from something here on the ground, a radar somewhere. It's just because it's coming in the sides of the antenna. It's coming in the side lobes. You know, every antenna is most sensitive in the direction it's pointed, but it has a little bit of sensitivity off to the side.
Absolutely.
And so what can happen, and it's happened to us, so it really does happen, is that the side lobes just happen to be in such an arrangement that you're picking up an interfering signal off, in some crazy direction. And when you move the antenna away, then the side lobes change direction, and you don't get it anymore. So it mimics perfectly the kind of thing that the fellow in Guernsey is reporting. So that's a possibility to keep in mind.
So all of this, then, you would characterize yourself as being very skeptical, but at least mildly interested.
Well, I find it very interesting, that's for sure. But at the moment, I'm willing to bet any listener a double latte that this is not ET calling.
All right. Seth, thanks a million. We'll do a show again soon.
Okay, great.
Thanks for getting up in the middle of the night with us. That's the real McCoy there, Seth Shostak of SETI. We'll be right back. That's 1-800-232-5665. Well, all right. I apologize to my caller on the wildcard line. I'm going to keep you on hold through the top of the hour news, which is rapidly approaching. Send me a bill. We'll pay your phone bill. So sorry about that. So hang in there. There was no way I could not do what I just did. And if only Seth had been where we last interviewed him a couple times ago at Arecibo, I think we'd have our answer right now. In all, if you want to know what's going on, you will also go to my website to see this incredible photograph, and it is an incredible photograph, on this obvious American native in the fire. It fits in perfectly for the night, no question about that. And all of the information that you can read on my site, on the GeoCities site, which is linked. And if you can't get into my site, which is www.artbell.com, then by all means try Richard Hoagland's site, which is enterprisemission.com. But do get up.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Art, I think you did get your answer.
We're 4 hours in, Paul.
Yep.
We
sadly, I don't think there's any bingos.
There's no ghosts. Not even the American ones.
if I could have just got, so would the Native American, was that a trans-dimensional being?
I mean, we'll never know.
I see. That's all I needed that's what I needed for my bingo.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do you have so this is happy anniversary, I guess?
Happy anniversary. I don't even know.
And poor Art got his heart broke on this one, I think.
I mean, he certainly does by the time this whole saga, and I don't know if we'll do any more on it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I think maybe we need to preview those ones if we do want to, because just to make sure that they're.
Long story short, this is all a hoax, and Art gets upset about it. Yeah, this guy is. It becomes clear that this guy is 100% misrepresenting facts to, get some attention, and Art doesn't take kindly to it.
That's too bad.
Too bad.
All right. Well, do you have a joke for us this evening?
Yeah. Yes. Hey, Paul.
Yes, Dave.
You own a dog, right?
I do.
Yeah. So I can tell you, I almost feel bad. This isn't my greatest joke. Living with the dog, Paul, 95% of it's following each other around, watching each other go to the bathroom, and wondering what the other one has in their mouth. Is that not right?
That is correct. I've also
bad Seinfeld observational humor. I
saw that one. Someone on the Facebook. Maybe one of our mutual friends posted that on the Facebook this week. I saw it. That would be because I shared that very sentiment with Shannon. Yes, 90% of dog ownership is watching each other pee.
Yeah,
and wondering what's in the other one. I wonder what's in the other one has its mouth.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
It's not my best. I didn't have a joke.
That's all right. No worries. Yeah. How could you possibly have known? All right, Dave. Well, thank you so much, and we will hopefully I guess the fun experiment will see whether the fine folks over at the Coast to Coast AM
we're gonna see
are interested in the show, or maybe if it was the people from Atlantis, then we'll also have some answers. So thank you so much, everyone who is in the chat. It is so much fun hanging out with you on these nights. I hope you have a great afternoon, morning, day, whatever it is, and we will see you next time. Later.
And that's the end of our show.
I feel like
I brought this whole glass of beer.
What will you ever do?
Well, now it's empty.
We're done.
Boom.